Hey, I'm not late. Kind of a miracle, to be honest. I totally lost track of time. I was just watching stuff with my partner. Hold on, let me close the door. They're very rudely on their phone. Scared me. Gotcha. Got your ass. You dumb fuck. Oh. What's up? Dude, I am so fucking sore today. The other day I was trying to practice some front splits. Not the actual split, but like getting there. Getting there, you know? And my hamstrings are my hamstrings are killing me right now. Jesus Christ. In Canada, the US is pulling below the EU and China and is equal with Russia in favorability. Only 20% of Canadians still support the US as an ally and not a treat. Kemma Venson, you've made a mistake and you've engaged in a tremendous social trespass. Tedious stuff about Japan and Canada is left to Masaigu. You're sort of stepping on another man's territory. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you for the information. It's... Know your place. If he's here for it, he'll know. When will you join the Mormon church? I don't think I'd fit in there, man. I feel like there's a little bit of a gulf between the median Mormon household and myself, politically speaking. How you all doing? Got to do soaking. Soaking's hot. They don't talk about that, you know? Everyone's in a rush to diss the Mormons, but like that's kinky as hell. I give it a shot, not gonna lie. Yeah, for sure. Are those the dudes who think black people are black because of sin? Officially, they had to drop that belief in the 70s. They were legally obligated to for tax purposes. Oh, boy. Excuse me. Sorry. Games Workshop being a better company about AI than Larian. Larian dropped their support of AI for Divinity 3, you know? I know it still took too long and too much pressure, but they did acquiesce on that point, and that is important. Really quickly, could somebody please explain to me, I'm being serious here, why are the chuds chimping out over this Lara Croft design? I'm actually asking, I don't know. Normally, I'm pretty good at putting myself in their... oh, right, we're in the game capture. Pretty good at putting myself in their in their shoes, or like I understand what the rhetoric is or whatever, but I don't understand why they're mad about this. So GameStop said this is not Lara Croft. I've seen some like chud accounts complaining about the design. But this is like the most accurate. Is it really just the tits? Is it like that? Is it seriously just that? Because this is like a picture perfect. I don't think it's very good. It just doesn't look like her. This is literally exactly what she looked like in the original Tomb Raider games. It looks so like it looks so much like her that even if it wasn't for her outfit, like if she was wearing a regular t-shirt and jeans, I would still look at her and be like, holy shit, that's Lara Croft in a t-shirt and jeans. Like it's incredibly... The face is off. It's really not, but also we're judging it off of like the face rendering of a game from the 1990s. Like I don't know what the face is supposed to look like. What's your real Lara Croft? I don't know. I think she looks great. The top comment kind of explains what the chuds think. Okay. I don't know. Isn't she supposed to be wearing a crop top? In the original? No, in the original she's not wearing a crop top. That's in the later ones. That's in Tomb Raider 3, I think. It's dead on, man. The big buckle, the shoulder strapped pistol holsters, I don't it's fucking perfect. I don't. The glasses are off. They're really not. She had the red glasses in a lot of promo art from the time. It's perfect. It's insane how good it is. They even have like the loose strands of hair in front of the face. It's actually insanely good. I couldn't believe it when I saw this. I was like, "Oh my god, this is like this isn't what you would expect for a fucking Prime Video TV series. This is what you would expect from like an insanely dedicated cosplayer, you know, like a hyper autist or whatever." Why would GameStop feel the need to feed the trolls? Because GameStop is a dead company that exists in the public consciousness only because it was a target for short selling by the Wall Street Bets subreddit. So it became the center of a bunch of like crypto adjacent conspiracy theories about like beating the big boys on Wall Street, and that ended up attracting a very specific kind of like crypto NFT chud. So GameStop basically doesn't exist anymore outside of that. Like it's just a place you go to get like Funko Pops or whatever. I think it's because it doesn't match the Survivor trilogy Lara Croft. Okay, well, fuck that. This is the original Lara Croft. What do you want? Also, the Survivor trilogy Lara Croft is like 18 or something. I never liked that. I never liked her. The only thing they need to do to drive this home is that she needs to be a sociopath. Gotta stick the landing. That's because you're a boomer? No, it's because the Survivor trilogy just wanted to be fucking Uncharted, okay? It's because the original Tomb Raider games were genre-defining and incredibly innovative and interesting and spawned a bunch of, like, you know, the people they influenced or whatever, whereas the Survivor trilogy was derivative. Were they good derivations? Sure, but they were derivative, okay? Like the Survivor trilogy just didn't have much in common gameplay wise with the original games. The original games had no RPG elements. They were extremely punishing, right? They were not like cinematic at all, you know. They were big, explorative, sprawling worlds, puzzles, blah blah blah. But they fucking AAA-ified everything for the Survivor trilogy, you know. We played Tomb Raider, what was it, 1 and 2 on stream? They're a bop, man. Very unfair games, but they're a bop. Very unfair. Why is this important? Because it's part of my childhood. I used to play the original Tomb Raider games. God damn, man. I used to play the original Tomb Raider games with my father. I was like 5 years old, and I would handle the shooting controls, and he would handle the movement controls. Because she, as Yahtzee put it, she handled like a cow in a shopping mart trolley. You know, like a shopping cart. I think he said all British like, but that's what he said. Um, so I would handle the shooting controls. It's just dead on, man. I don't know what you want. She's so hot. Can I be honest? She doesn't look old enough. I don't know. She looks like mid-20s. Eh. But they didn't cast Abigail Thorne. You know, she actually does look a bit like Abigail Thorne. a British thing. Yeah, we say trolley. It's pretty funny. Honestly, Survivor lore is much hotter. She's like a fucking breathy 18-year-old, okay? I don't know. Fuck off, I don't care. I'm 20. Be normal and be attracted to older women. Anyway, moving on. You see Brazil's pedo ex-presidents in prison because of the coup. You don't have to say pedo ex-president. Like I know his name. Sorry, your guys' system didn't work with US's pedo president. Yeah, well, you know, given the way things are going right now, public opinion-wise in Brazil, it's probably not going to be long before Lula gets thrown in the lulags himself. Can I get your beard routine? Sure. I apply a little bit of shampoo in the shower, and that's it. You got it. let's just start with the stuff that's going to make me mad. Gavin Newsom, who is very likely to be a presidential contender in 2028. Said that this is all he does with his fucking podcast, by the way, you know? If he wants to reach out to people he disagrees with, it's always people on the right. Has he had, I'm genuinely asking, I'm not asking facetiously, I want you to fill in gaps in my knowledge if I am unaware. Has he had any, like, real leftist influencers on? Like, anyone who's really pushed him from the left? No? Nope. Okay, yeah. He's got room for Ben Shapiro. He's got room for Charlie Kirk. He's got room for Steve fucking Bannon. But none of that. Only getting pushed from the right. Look, I'll be honest. The only thing that I've seen from this podcast episode, God, there's so much here, is this one clip that everyone's getting mad about. And by everyone, I'm including myself. Just show the clip, The Hill. Show the clip.
Commentator Ben Shapiro.
Show the clip.
Take a look.
Your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean, Governor, I just have to ask you about that. Yeah. That sort of thing makes our politics worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, our ICE officers obviously are not terrorists.
Yeah.
A tragic situation is not state-sponsored terrorism.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Cool. That's it. We don't need to watch the Hill video. Just that clip. Yeah. So all that credit that you've given Governor Newsom for the epic-based red pill dark woke posting that he's been doing from his press account, by which I mean that he got an intern to do from his press account, all of it's fake. If pressed on it by a fascist, he'll just go like, yeah, that was too far, sorry. I actually don't think it's state-sponsored terrorism for the president to directly send legions of untrained neo-Nazis to harass black and brown people for no legal reason, you know? I hope this tanks his candidacy. Well, thankfully, his credibility got tanked quite a bit when he had Charlie Kirk and Bannon on and agreed with them on, like, Republican trans rights positions. Who is this supposed to appeal to? Corporate donors. Even if you're a Newsom fan, what does this do for you? Corporate donors. Corporate donors, corporate donors, corporate donors. Gavin Newsom's position has always been like he wants to run as the blue MAGA guy. His position is like, I'm not like those other Democrats who are woke and ineffectual. And my criticisms of the Republicans are largely like procedural, right? Like my issue that like you've taken it too far. I'm the middle road, you know? He's a big third way guy. He's a huge piece of shit. He really is. He really, 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 really is. This is 2 hours long. Fuck it.
Either you uphold the principle or you don't uphold the principle. If you don't uphold the principle, I'm going to call you out for not upholding the principle. On his epitaph, it'll read.
He's also said he's got to strike down the billionaire tax that Ro Khanna wants to introduce. Yes, he has, yeah.
45th and 47th presidents of the United States, he said a lot of shit.
Sanctuary jurisdictions have lower crime rates. You move to a state that has higher insurance rate, higher car insurance, not just home insurance, has higher...
I'm going to skip a lot of this bullshit, okay?
Governors and localities working with ICE. California is a sanctuary state, which makes it much more difficult for local law enforcement to hand over information to ICE about deportation status. What's the purpose of that? Wouldn't best policy, you're pragmatic, you talk about your pragmatism all the time. Wouldn't best policy be to cooperate with ICE in the vast majority of cases? So
no. So this is just factual. This is not ideological. If you have a bunch of undocumented immigrants in your state, and you make it clear to them that if they interact with the police in any way, their status, their undocumented status will be forwarded to ICE, they will not interact with the police. Murders, rapes, kidnapping, embezzlement, whatever else, if it's done within the undocumented community, it will stay there and never make its way to the police as long as they know that they're guaranteed to get deported if they go to you. By indicating that your police will not work with ICE, what you're essentially saying is, look, okay, let that aside, just whatever your issue is there, you know, don't worry about it, just come to us, interact with the law, like interact with civil society.
Instead of ICE going to, as you say, hospitals and churches to pick people up, they'd be going to jailhouses to pick people up.
That's exactly what they do in California. And we have over 10,000 that I've cooperated with since I've been governor of California. We work very directly with ICE as it relates to CDCR, our state prison. California has cooperated with more ICE transfers probably than any other state in the country. And I vetoed multiple pieces of legislation that have come from my legislature to stop the ability for the state of California to do that. So when it comes to the issues of violent criminals, when it comes to felons, people that are being released from the largest state system in the United States of America, California cooperates with ICE.
Okay, but
phenomenal stuff. Just right off the bat concession. He could have said what I just said, by the way. Like, that would have been a direct answer to what Ben Shapiro said. Instead, he chose a less correct answer that concedes to their position.
Why is it then? What makes it a sanctuary state?
Well, the broader sanctuary policies that are established, and we had a policy that was established under Governor Brown, SB 54. You have city sanctuary policies that go back quite literally to the time Ronald Reagan was governor, and it relates to some of the issues in Central America, sort of the origin story.
It seems like he doesn't even know why sanctuary cities or states are a thing. Like, he doesn't even seem to understand why they're valuable.
But the bottom line is relates to those policies, this notion that federal law should be enforced by federal law enforcement agencies, that we should not consign local law enforcement to federal responsibilities and prioritization.
Right, but shouldn't the state step in with localities and tell localities that they ought to cooperate better with ICE, thus to facilitate?
Well, I have sort of Rudy Giuliani's point of view, who made the point.
This is like, he has done this so many times. But stuff like this just flashes through my head every time somebody in chat came up to me and was like, "What the fuck? You're not going to vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028?" Stuff like this just running through my head every goddamn time. You'd think he would have stopped with this because his popularity tanked after his podcast episodes with Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon, but nope, evidently not.
As an advocate for sanctuary policy when he was mayor of New York, he said it keeps people safer, healthier, and more educated. Safer in the context that it allows community members to be more likely to participate as witnesses of crime or victims of crime in going after the perpetrators, more likely to get an immunization shot if they're not worried about the nurse turning them over to ICE, more likely to go to school and get educated if they're not worried about the school crossing guard crossing them and ultimately turning them over to ICE. So it's the tool of pragmatism because of the complete abject failure of the federal government. A sanctuary policy is unnecessary if we had comprehensive immigration reform and we had a federal response that was adequate to the task. But in the absence of that, it's grown from the 70s and 80s and 90s, 2000s. And obviously I got here as governor and we had
If he isn't dead on arrival as a candidate, then we're boned. It is the responsibility of people like AOC to point this out. And this is one of the reasons why I don't like her, you know? You're like, attacking Republicans is great and all. We're not going to do shit. We're not going to be able to do shit unless we do we cull the ranks of the party of people like this, you know? Seriously, like, how could you possibly expect us to be able to move the country forward if people like this and Kamala Harris get pitched as like the antidotes to a post-Trump America? You need to be active in pushing this out of the party. If you have no standards for what it means to be a Democrat and you allow stuff like this to rise to the top, do you actually care?
Established framework before I got here.
But it is true that sanctuary policy obviously has had a massive impact as a driver of tremendous number of illegal immigrants in the state of California.
I don't know.
There are a tremendous number of illegal immigrants in the state of Texas, too. Might have something to do with the fact that California is a border state that has a massive population and a thriving economy.
But that, I mean, you see in a lot of states that don't have sanctuary policies, huge increase in immigration, illegal immigration, massive increases, even far greater than the state of California. Just look as an example.
But in terms of the cost structure, I mean, you recently, for example, had to freeze the enrollment of undocumented immigrants in state health systems to save money, right? I mean, these are major burdens. No,
that's a separate issue. There are 12 states that provide health care for undocs, and we believe in universal health care regardless of pre-existing conditions.
My only point is that the cost structure is extraordinarily burdensome.
But I don't think it's in unpacking it. I don't think it's a sanctuary policies that are driving that. And I'll give you a proof point. Florida doesn't have sanctuary policy. Huge increase in undocumented community, huge increase in Texas. It's not a driver, their sanctuary policies. They don't have sanctuary policies in those states. The state of California's policies, I don't think in that respect, have invited people into our state. And I use those as, I think, proof points of that. And that's a different. So the notion of how do you deal with people that are here 10, 15 years? How do you deal with mixed status families in the state? And how do you provide for health care as opposed to emergency care and stabilize population?
Also, just in terms of energy, like when he has something to say that's not entirely wrong, there's no moral emphasis. Right? There's no prescriptive language. There's no, this is right and your way is wrong. Even when talking about trans rights with people who want to kill trans people, right? Like Charlie Kirk or whatever, just openly like trans genocide types, you know? He talked about it like it's all some, morally neutral puzzle to be worked through. I concede to you that point. Well, if you consider this, there's no moral emphasis. He doesn't give a fuck about anything, dude. This fucking sociopath does not give a shit. All of this is just a way of worming his way through like popular opinion and the path of least resistance to get to the presidency. He has no moral qualms about any position he could take or might take. It's really just a matter of how well it serves him.
Regulations of community health. It's a different approach. It's one that we've been very transparent about. It's one that's hardly unique because in every state, they provide compensated care for undocs at the emergency room. Many states provide it for children, many for seniors. California provides it across the board.
I mean, the biggest problem, though, as somebody who left the state, is that the cost structure in the state has become so burdensome, not just because of illegal immigration, but generally. And so the idea that policy has no impact as a magnet for particular human behavior or alienating people from a state, that's clearly untrue. And when you look at the homeless population, for example, friendlier policies toward providing services in Santa Monica led to...
Separate point, though. But now you're getting a homeless policy, not immigration policy.
No, but
I
want to stick with immigration policy.
No,
you make it easier for illegal immigrants.
But let's stick with immigration
not to avoid ICE, then presumably.
No, look, I appreciate this. So we've established an important. I appreciate the question because I'm glad we've established that we do cooperate with ICE in California. In particular, this governor, who's, as I said, on multiple occasions vetoed efforts to stop me from that coordination for dangerous criminals, and we've done that over 10,000 folks.
So it'd be wrong for. So when AOC said this week that ICE should be abolished,
solving that. Oh, please. And here I was about to skip this.
You disagree?
Oh, I disagree when I think a candidate for president by the name of Harris said that in the last campaign. I came out. I remember being on Chris Hayes hours later saying, I think that's a mistake. So absolutely.
Phenomenal. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for implicating Kamala Harris as well.
Number two, as
being
little less than 150,000. You're right, about 111, 108,000.
And this isn't a rip on you. I mean, because
it's been a major national issue, and the macroeconomics of this with interest rate environment, sort of post-COVID environment, made this housing crisis across the country.
Although to be fair, the housing crisis in California is particularly bad. I mean, there are places like Phoenix or Austin or there's.
Why do people think this guy was some kind of great anti-Republican warrior anyway? Genuinely, mass psychosis. The only thing Governor Newsom has ever done to appear like a genuine force against Republicans is having a press office Twitter account that's like a little bit more mean or whatever. But for years now, there have been people who have been acting like Governor Newsom is some kind of Republican-hating, dark woke Leviathan. Like, he might not be that progressive, but oh, does he hate Republicans? Dude, he fucking loves Republicans. Oh, he always has. He has never not been like this. He's been like this his whole career. Where did this delusion come from?
I said yesterday or last week in the state of states, the original sin, our inability to get out of our own way on all the regulatory thickets.
Right. So
we blew through those in the last couple of years. 61 housing reform bills we just passed, and Ezra was highlighting that. Interesting.
Yes.
New York
receive attention for saying things that are complete horseshit.
And I appreciate that, but should I give attention to Donald Trump when I sat there in the Oval Office for 90 minutes and he tells me to turn around and there's a picture on the wall or painting on the wall of FDR, and I look at him and I smile and he goes, I said, oh, here's the third term. He goes, what about 4 terms? Should I take him seriously?
Okay, so
should I take him literally?
I will say,
I don't know. I'm just a question.
I know, and my general
That's
answer,
the president.
And my general answer to this is, if we've watched Donald Trump for 10 years, and we're still doing the thing where we all take him explicitly literally, I think that so
Maduro
people have
did.
So people
or has.
Okay, it turns out Maduro should have. But you know, one of the things that I remember I would get this critique about President Trump a lot is President Trump, who, as I've said multiple times, on his epitaph, it will read 45th and 47th president of the United States. He said a lot of shit. You know, like the thing that
so fucking stupid, so tired, so old hack. I do want to hear them talk about Candace Owens, though. Maybe they can, I don't know, bond over their shared love of Israel. Do you think Pritzker is a good potential option for 2026? What do you mean 2026? You mean 2028? Pritzker has not been impressing me lately. I don't think he has the energy.
Let me go back to some of the disagreements, and I don't want to paint too much and color this in because as a Democrat, it's in my interest to do so. But you got a lot of attention for going recently to
also,
America
is Ben
Fest.
trying to play the normie Republican for some reason? Ben is the normie Republican now. Like, he might have been more aggressive 5 years ago, but now he's probably to the fucking left of the median Republican.
Turning Point USA, you made a terrible decision of being the first speaker. That's just me saying editorially. What the heck were you thinking?
That is not my decision, right? They invited me. They gave me a slot. That's
just your luck, because then every speaker can come on and
that's okay.
attack.
You know, I got to say what I wanted to say, and then
so paint the picture. What did you say?
Sure.
So people tuning in don't know what the hell we're talking about. You went in and a pretty somber time. You know, Charlie's widow was there. You had a lot of, you know, the sort of branded celebrities in the right, and Candace Owens was
really
there. And
Candace was not there, to be fair.
But became part of the conversation.
She definitely was part of the conversation.
And Bannon and Megyn Kelly, others, so many others. Certainly Tucker Carlson. So give us a sense. What did you say, and why did you say it? And why did you choose that moment to say it?
So the reason that I chose the moment to say it is that Candace Owens, who has some issues of her own, she has been saying since Charlie's death that there was effectively a conspiracy to kill him. She has implicated pretty much everybody, ranging from, believe it or not, French intelligence to the Israelis to various friends and family members, possibly, of Charlie in his murder. Yeah. And there have been an enormous number of people in the influencer space on the right who have gone along with this, who have massaged it, pretended not to notice it, tried to defend her, tried to pretend that it was an aspect of, that questioning her was an aspect of free speech, which, of course, was a violation of free speech, rather. Which, of course, it isn't. You know, criticism is not a violation of free speech. It's a form of free speech.
Thank you.
And so I got up on stage and I basically gave a speech saying our responsibility as people with influence in the public space. We have some responsibilities, and those responsibilities include truth above all. Yeah. We ought to be clear about what we believe. We should not hide the ball. We should not allow, quote unquote, friendship to trump what is true. Just because you're friends with someone does not alleviate the responsibility for you to say when they're doing something that is wrong or immoral. We should not engage in audience capture. Just because our audience wants us to say a thing doesn't mean that we ought to say it. And we ought to.
I think it's interesting that he's leaning off the anti-Semite, like Candace Owens is a neo-Nazi angle, you know? Ensure
that we are held responsible for the things that we say, and also the people that we have on and how we question those people. So, of course, anybody has the right to have anybody on their show who they want, and then they should treat those people how they want to treat those people. I mean, if I were to have on somebody who's, you know, in a deeply adversarial position, I think what's great about this conversation is you can see how adversarial we are with regard to some of our positions, but at the same time still have the discussion. Yeah. You know, if you are going to have on, for example, as Tucker Carlson did, Nick Fuentes, who is a self-stated Nazi apologist, and then you're going to treat him with kid gloves, then you ought to be held responsible for that in the court of public opinion. And if we as influencers do not do that job, if we lie to you, if we fib to you, if we make predictions which we are then not held responsible for, if we hide behind, quote unquote, just asking questions, this is one of my bugaboos. I hate it. You hear this a lot in the influencer space, mostly on the right, but some on the left as well. This sort of You know, I'm not putting out a theory. I'm just asking questions. Well, there's a difference between seeking answers and just asking questions.
I think it's interesting that he doesn't like the just asking questions thing because it comes from neo-Nazis who are trying to gesture at the JQ, but he's totally okay with Trump's variation of this, which is you say a million things that are insane and illegal, and you're like, oh, he's just joking, but then some of them turn out to be true, and you only know that in retrospect. Like, he even admitted that with Maduro. Maybe Maduro should have taken him seriously, you know? It's interesting. They're both fundamentally the same rhetorical tactic, right? Like, you're disingenuously playing the field by putting a bunch of shit out there, seeing what lands, and then, like honing in on it. But he's okay with it when Trump does it, and not okay with it when Nazis do it.
Seeking answers, that's what questions are for. It's to get better information, more clarification. You know, I should have a better idea after the question of the answer than I did before. Just asking questions is usually a guise for willful ignorance and for positing a theory without having to carry the responsibility for positing that theory. So
Who's this podcast for? I really think that Gavin Newsom's plan here is that he's going to watch the Trump movement, the MAGA movement, implode because Trump and everyone around him are insanely incompetent, and he wants to step in as the blue MAGA guy who's like, listen, the Democrats are crazy, but you guys fucked this up. Watch me do this right. You know? That's why he's talking to people like Ben Shapiro. He's here to rescue the Republican Party from its worst excesses, essentially. Wonder how the average liberal voter views Newsom. Well, his polling's been trending downward over time. You still have stuff like this, though. Aaron Rupar. Gavin Newsom is a presidential frontrunner in part because he not only talked the talk about fighting Trump, but came up with and executed a plan to actually do it. No, he didn't. He hasn't done anything. Other Democrats should take note. Words and stern letters aren't sufficient. I mean, it's whether these people are like paid to do this or it's organic like hysteria. I have no idea. There was the redistricting in California. That's it? Is that the one thing for which he's being given credit?
I say, you know, I'm just asking questions about whether you have peculiar sexual proclivities. I don't have any evidence. I'm just asking the question. And then you say, well, where is that even coming from? Listen, I'm just asking questions. I'm not asking questions. I'm obviously attempting to impute something to you. This is what this speech was about. I named names in it. I mentioned Tucker Carlson. I mentioned Megyn Kelly, who had sort of gone out of her way to massage Candace Owens in her pursuit of bizarre conspiracy theories about Erica and Charlie's murder. I mentioned Steve.
Don't attribute a conspiracy what could be more easily attributed to stupidity. That's true, but when it comes to like inscrutable, irrational political opinions that keep pushing people together in ways that are like monetarily convenient, I think that Occam's razor does lend itself towards the conspiratorial answer. Like when Trump says something that everyone knows is untrue, and then the next day every Republican politician and podcaster is talking about how it's totally true and it's always been true, I really don't think we should be like, well, I think they all just fell for it. You know, like they all know they're lying. It's just their job to do so. The question is like, how much of that is there on the left? And I think the answer is that like whenever the real edge case subjects come up, like say Bernie Sanders 2016 Medicare for all, or Israel, you know, genocide in Gaza, you see, oh, there actually is like a lot of money in the Democratic Party that they're willing to throw around to silence the opposition. It just doesn't come up quite as often.
Because I think Steve has been doing many of the same things. And so that was the speech at AmFest.
And that you felt it was necessary to name names as opposed to imply. You just felt it was important to be clear.
Yes, because I think that people should know exactly who they're listening to, particularly since they're going to hear from some of those people at the same event. And so I thought that people should, you know, be forewarned about the people they're going to hear about. Then they can make their own decisions and determine whether my assessment of those personalities is accurate or inaccurate.
And the reaction was exactly as you anticipated?
I think that the reaction in the room was, I think, overwhelming because a lot of people were very upset that people had been saying this about Charlie's murder, which again was carried out by all available evidence by a person motivated by hatred of Charlie's position on transgender issues in particular. And, you know,
no evidence of this whatsoever, but let's see how Gavin Newsom expertly combats this talking point.
All the evidence points to Tyler Robinson as being the person who shot Charlie Kirk. And so I think that a lot of people in the audience were deeply offended and upset, correctly so, at the kind of specious conspiracy theories that have been promoted by this group of folks. The sort of blowback that came afterward was really interesting. There were a lot of people who obviously were very upset, and many of the people who I'd named, I'm not surprised, came back and fired back. I will say that I don't think any of them actually argued with the point that I was making. They seemed to make collateral attacks, imputing intent to me, suggesting that my speech had something to do with Israel, which is funny since I didn't mention Israel one time in the entire speech. And I found that sort of bizarre. And then obviously you've seen, sort of the influencer wars going on. But the whole point that I was making is, here's a principle.
No pushback at all on the idea that Charlie Kirk was murdered for being anti-trans.
You uphold the principle or you don't uphold the principle. If you don't uphold the principle, I'm going to call you out for not upholding the principle. And it really is quite simple. It's not about friendship. It's not about whether we go fishing together. None of that has anything to do with the principle that's at stake. Because if we want to have an honest discussion with one another, then we actually should be honest about the principles that we hold. And if we disagree, we disagree. But clarity before agreement, as my friend Dennis Prager says.
Were you close with Charlie?
I don't want to pretend that we were best friends or anything. Right. One of the things I said in the speech is I think that it's pretty rare, actually, in politics for people who say that they're friends in politics. These are usually not people you're going and hanging out with on the weekends. That's not real. Okay. Like whenever you hear politicians, oh, we're best friends. It's such bullshit. I'm sorry. It's just bullshit. There may be a couple of exceptions. Yeah. They're rare. Okay. The reality is that they are business colleagues and associates in the same way that most people have business colleagues and associates that they see at the office. We see each other more rarely than you probably see your business colleagues or associates at the office.
You respected how he organized in the campus level. I mean, Charlie, all the echoes of things you were doing.
Listen, Charlie,
just like a regular guy, just a regular guy, just a normal, everyday fascist propagandist, just a Goring. Oh, were you friends with him? Wow, haha, did you go to the movies together? Oh, he was assassinated for his belief that white people deserve a homeland to themselves. Oh, okay, yeah, haha.
Was incredibly gifted as an organizer. Yeah. I won't say that we agreed on everything politically, because clearly we didn't. But I think that Charlie as a person who was willing to go into fraught spaces, obviously, and he was killed doing this, and to speak his principles to people who disagreed and do so in what I think overwhelmingly was sort of an honest and decent fashion. I think that was a very good thing.
What Tucker Carlson and you history do you?
I mean, I'm not sure that we have a history so much as Tucker seems to object to my politics and I object to his. I think Tucker tries to personalize this. I think Megan has tried to personalize this. I don't believe in personalizing these things. I was asked by somebody, would Tucker and I ever be friends? I said, I'd go fishing with Tucker. I mean, I don't care. I mean, that doesn't matter to me. The question is his principles and the things that he says. I think that Tucker, I gave a speech right before TPUSA at Heritage Foundation where I pointed out.
What's the difference in their politics? Guys, Charlie was like a Nazi. Charlie ideologically was not dissimilar to Nick Fuentes. Like they had massive gulfs in their politics. Like the gulf was probably in large part because Ben Shapiro was aware of the fact that anti-Semitism was becoming more and more of a mainstream talking point within the right. And the schism opened up between him and like every other, eventually Walsh is going to leave the Daily Wire. The same thing's going to keep happening over and over and over again. There's not really a way to appeal to the new right without being a Nazi.
That Tucker is not an advocate for conservatism in any way that I can identify conservatism. He's not in favor of a more limited government of checks and balances. He's come out in favor of feudalism fairly recently. He's not in favor of traditional institutions. He seems to think that they have lost their way. He's in favor of what appears to me a sort of horseshoe theory, Noam Chomsky foreign policy, where America is always the bad actor in the world. And so I think
I read my Chomsky back in the day.
Yeah,
you would not be surprised.
And I think
Jesus Christ, I think I clicked on here at 54 minutes in. We're at 1 hour and 3 minutes now. Gavin Newsom has not said a single disagreeable thing in this entire time. Not once. Just asking questions and laughing along. It's incredible.
But on Trump generally, I'm curious.
On foreign policy, which you put it to the side, I think Trump has been the greatest foreign policy president in my lifetime. I don't think it's close. I think he's been spectacular on foreign policy, and that's with many of my critiques with regard to, for example, Ukraine, where I'm significantly more hawkish than the administration has been.
And did you feel that way in his first term?
Yes.
I felt the same way too.
Yes, I was very much an advocate of his foreign policy. I thought that in terms of his foreign policy, he is, as he said before, he's not got us into any major wars, which is a good thing.
We've used the military 6-7 significant times.
He has used the military in, I think, targeted and pinpointed ways that do not reinforce the Iraq War syndrome that we need to put hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground. I think the president has a very good feel for the thing about foreign policy is it kind of works like the New York real estate market. It actually is a sort of zero-sum win or lose game, and President Trump actually is quite good at those.
Holy shit, that's so fucking incorrect. Oh my god, what an insanely fucking stupid thing to say. Holy shit. Yeah, man, I'm not a conservative the way Tucker Carlson is. He's like pro-feudalism or something. Anyway, my view of foreign policy is literally mercantile. What the fuck are you talking about?
I think that on domestic economics, the president tends to bring a zero-sum approach sometimes to his economic issues that I don't agree with, because I think that you can expand the pie for everybody. But I don't think the same thing holds true generally in foreign policy, where when it comes to geopolitics, there's a winner and there's a loser, and it's all about relative power.
It's insanely psychotically stupid thing to say. It's so fucking funny how Ben Shapiro LARPs as this like economically literate guy who defends institutions and just wants limited government or whatever. But he has a not even like a 19th century, like an 18th or earlier century view on foreign policy. The idea that foreign policy or like international trade is a zero-sum game is delusional and not it's like a mental illness. I have no idea what has to be wrong in your brain to think that.
Power dynamics, and the president seems to get that on a very gut level, which is why in the Middle East I think he did the right thing with Gaza. I think he's done the right thing with the Iran strike on Fordo nuclear facility. I think he did the right thing in extraditing Nicolas Maduro. I think those are all good things. I think that he has found ways to continue the funding of Ukraine via this sort of jerry-rigged NATO buying weapons and funding. I think that he has gotten a bunch of countries in Europe to increase their defense spending, which is something that even Mark Rutte over at NATO has said is generally a good thing.
No disagreement from
I think all of these
I don't
things
argue with
things.
that. I mean, we can, boy, and if people are looking for us to unpack that, we can spend hours and hours on every single one of these specific examples. Let me ask you, and just before we get off the foreign policy, I am curious, Greenland, come on.
No disagreement with anything that he just said. Just literally, just like a whole, like a psychotic screed on American Pax Americana. We will step over the world. It's fight or flight. We have no choice but to do this. And Gavin Newsom just lets it roll.
I don't understand why we are attempting to make Greenland our 51st state. It seems to me we already have defense agreements in
well
place.
established since 1951. We were the ones that pulled back. We can re-enter any day of the week.
Listen, I think that
that's the problem with us invading Greenland. It's that we already have military bases and defense treaties there. We don't need to invade Greenland because we already have Greenland. There's no like moral reason we can't invade Greenland. If we didn't have those defense treaties, then sure we can invade Greenland.
Greenland. I think that despite the desire to rename it Trumpland, I think that I
haven't even heard that.
No, but
just trying to deal with the Donnie doctrine or whatever it is.
I think that's silly. I think that the attempt to strengthen our bases in Greenland would be a good thing. But I think that's a
which
different
she can
thing.
do tomorrow, which they've already agreed to.
Agree.
And the whole thing seems folly, but it is.
Now invading Canada, that's it.
Okay, but I want to just, because you write about it in Lions and Scavengers, you talk about this notion of free enterprise, you talk about markets. What do you make of Trump's interventionist attitudes, not just overseas, but as it relates to corporations and companies, so many disproportionately based out here, including MP Materials, which is...
I don't think the federal government should be taking stakes in private companies. I don't believe in what has been called crony capitalism or state capitalism. Really, it's just corporatism. I'm not a fan of the idea that the government ought to, be involved in command and control economics with regard to private companies. I've opposed that pretty much every step of the way.
Command and control economic. What the fuck does that mean?
I think it's a mistake. I think that the market has a magical ability to make things better and cheaper over time if left to its own devices.
And that includes, by the way, not interfering in the independence of the Fed.
Yes.
So
yes. Listen, I'm an Austrian School of Economics guy. I think that there's a good case to be made that the Fed really should not have control over inflation rates in the first place. I think the target inflation rate should be 0, not 2. And I think that we should allow interest rates generally to free float because I think that, sometimes one of the great...
Watch him not push back on this at all. Watch Gavin Newsom not even on invocation of Austrian School of Economics, which is not real. The target interest rate should be 0%. Not even on this will he Will he say anything?
Problems with the American economy is artificial bubbles that are created by loose monetary policy. I think that's what helped lead to the Great Recession. And I think it's what also led to the inflationary spiral under Joe Biden.
What do you make of Donald Trump? And forgive me, this is, we're zigging and zagging around a little bit, but I still can't get over the fact that he sat down and had dinner with Nick Fuentes.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
So I think that was a bad thing to do, obviously. I think that Nick Fuentes is a scumbag. I think that the president has, an unfortunate tendency to make nice with people who want to make nice with him. He did come out this week, by the way, and in the New York Times said the Republican Party wants nothing to do with people like Nick Fuentes, doesn't want to do with anti-Semites. I'll continue to be critical of Republicans who flirt with this sort of stuff. I wish that the Democratic Party were as critical of sitting Congress members who not only flirt with this sort of stuff, but overtly traffic in this sort of stuff. I mean, I'll ask about Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani, literally in the campaign, he was asked on Fox News about Hamas, and he refused to denounce it as a terrorist group.
They are a terrorist group, and they should have been announced. I was there, as you know, a few weeks after.
Oh, how interesting. We've been watching for like 30 minutes. He has not made a single statement. He's just been asking questions and agreeing with stuff that Ben Shapiro says. He finally, after hearing about Ben's support for the Austrian School of Economics, after hearing that there shouldn't be a Fed and the target interest rate should be 0%, after hearing that international trade is a zero-sum game, finally, we have found the subject that Gavin, AIPAC, that's so interesting, AIPAC. I've never even heard anyone bring up AIPAC before. How interesting. No one's ever in the history of the universe ever said AIPAC to me before. NEWSOM has an opinion on, and it's whether or not Hamas is terrorists. How fascinating. How interesting.
October 7th, met with Bibi. Not a big fan of Bibi. This is where we have fundamental disagreements. Quite the contrary, in fact.
But staying on domestic politics for a second, it seems to have become a sort of de rigueur requirement for Democrats who are running for office to now suggest, for example, Scott Wiener just did this, he's running for Congress, that Israel committed a genocide in Gaza. That is, forget about anti-Semitism and discussions of it, because I think that those have become really loose and people don't have a consistent definition of anti-Semitism. Let's just talk about what's true.
That's true. I think it's true about the definition. I mean, we, as you know, have been struggling with that in California as it relates to a lot of laws and legislation. Of course,
anti-Semitism is a fundamentally different cat than, for example, racism. It's basically a conspiracy theory about Jewish power in the world.
And it makes me sick to...
No, that's the Jewish question. Anti-Semitism is just a blanket term for bigotry. That's not true. The Jewish question is a specific kind of anti-Semitism, but not all anti-Semitism is the Jewish question. There are many kinds of anti-Semitism that don't relate to the JQ. Anti-Semitism goes back thousands of years. The JQ goes back less than 100. Well, the JQ wasn't pulled out of whole cloth, right? There were conspiracies that fed into it, but like, it's certainly not like a totally transposed, like one-to-one. Yeah. The idea, again, this is a very common like Zionist lie. The idea that anti-Semitism is super special. That's why Congress is always putting out like referendums on denouncing anti-Semitism, which they don't do for any other kind of bigotry. It's just another kind of bigotry,
my stomach, and I say that clearly. And but not just, of course. I mean, we've tried to lead in terms of our response, and we've called out and called balls and strikes in terms of the outrageous things that have happened.
So I would, in my own framework of anti-Semitism, I think that saying overtly false things about the Jewish state is a form of anti-Semitism. But I don't think that is really important as much as it is it true or not? So Democrats have now been dragged into this conversation, some dragged, some run with, flags waving, into the conversation.
This notion of genocide.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, look,
Israel did not commit a genocide in Gaza. There's no standard by which Israel committed a genocide in Gaza.
Except for the UN's and like every country's on earth and everyone, literally everyone, and the average American person, including Republicans, literally like everyone on earth, every standard. I don't need to engage. This is a lost cause. This is like a lost fight. Ben Shapiro lost this one. He lost it so fucking hard that people are leaving his org because they want the freedom to be able to be anti-Israel.
Factual level.
Just as a legal and factual level.
Yes.
Yeah.
To which Gavin Newsom immediately agrees. Yeah. To which just no. Just like that. The beliefs of his constituents, irrelevant. Factual reality, irrelevant.
Your opinion of this?
My opinion is, I understand the tendency for people to make that to assert that.
Why?
On the basis of the images and the proportionality. As
Ugly
it
shit
relates
doesn't
to
mean genocide.
No. And by the way, I agree with you.
And international
Really? Oh, you do you?
and
I'm not
proportionality
excusing
doesn't
it.
mean that if you kill my child
Right.
and I then kill 7 criminals, that I've been disproportionate.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think but I understand that tendency on the basis of trying to reconcile the proportionate nature of how the war was ultimately.
Ben is fine with pushback. Yeah, notice how Ben Shapiro is like, at the moment any disagreement crops up, he's totally okay with like, no, wait, no. Like instant disagreement. Gavin Newsom will not do it. Will not do it.
I have a question. Why do you feel the need to create a permission structure for that sort of stuff? I mean, meaning it's not true.
Yeah.
Why not just say it's not true?
Yeah, look, I don't know the definition, or I don't know the legal threshold. That's not my opinion, so I don't share that opinion as it relates to genocide. I do not agree with that notion.
He's even backing off of backing off. Like his way of trying to thread this needle was saying, well, I don't think it's a genocide, but I could see how people would think that based on the overwhelming evidence that it is. And Ben Shapiro's like, no, there actually isn't any evidence that it is. Why would you even think that? Fucking stupid, anti-Semite. And Gavin Newsom's now saying, okay, well, maybe some people just like think that way,
But you do understand that if you accuse Israel of committing a genocide, that now puts Israel in the position of it should be a pariah state because states that commit.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Holy shit. It should be worse than a pariah state.
Genocide should be pariah states.
Yeah.
So granting legitimacy to that position inherently.
I'm not granting legitimacy. I'm just saying the devastation in Gaza at the human level. You've got 4 kids.
Of course, it's terrible.
No, but I think it's also important to absorb that a little bit more. Just as it was sick, and we were clear in our condemnation, these people like me, as it relates to what Hamas did in that act of barbarism and terrorism.
Yeah, but there's
now we have the loaded language. Interesting. Barbarism, terrorism. It's all this whole conversation's passed by 2 hours of talking, and now suddenly we found an issue that Gavin Newsom's passionate on. Wonder who's paid him money recently. Do you still think it should be glass? What's that quote from The Incredibles? The law requires that I answer no. Why is he doing this with Ben? Because Gavin Newsom, like many centrist Democrats, is kind of stupid and has stupid advisors. He listens to consultants, okay? And the consultants are saying, you can maintain corporate control over America if you run as the based and red-pilled, like blue MAGA Republican who is a Democrat. After Trump blows up and all of the insane, like overtly incompetent people in the White House go their ways, you can be the guy to step in and take control. The problem is that these people, the people who are giving him this advice, are stupid and old, and they think that Ben Shapiro is relevant when he's not. In fact, this actually distances him from everyone. Nobody likes Ben Shapiro. The liberals don't, and most conservatives don't now too. He's funnily enough, he's kind of a pariah within their own movement too. So it's a doomed effort, but unfortunately, Gavin Newsom is coming into 2028 with a lot of momentum, at least right now. I'm just saying, like, I'm not voting for him. I'm not voting for him. Like, it doesn't matter what he does. I'm sorry. There's no reason to trust him. Character is important. Trustworthiness is important. He could put on the best show in the world for the next 2.5 years. How do I know he's not going to drop it the nanosecond he gets voted into office? Like, at least Kamala, I swear, like, Kamala Harris is a duplicitous motherfucker, but she comes across as a lot more honest than Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is an insanely dishonest person. All the time, every day, no positions except what benefits him. Yeah, I'm not voting for him. So what do we do with Newsom the candidate? Then sucks. I don't know. I'm not voting for him. I'm sorry, what do you want? Like, you have to have standards. I know we've all enjoyed engaging in like the hyperbolic, test the consistency of your positions. 100% Hitler versus 99% Hitler. And yes, 99% Hitler is better than 100% Hitler. But in the real world, where there are like, consequences for normalizing the idea that the Democrats can get away with a candidate like this, it would probably be worse to have Governor Newsom as a candidate, as a president, I mean, than to just have another Republican. At least, like, if Gavin Newsom loses, we might be able to sell the message that people like him are unacceptable as presidential candidates. But if we accept him, then what do we get after him? Republicans. And what do we get during him? Republicans. No difference.
Between deliberate terrorism and wartime collateral damage, of course. And if we refuse to acknowledge that reality, then we end up equating
collateral damage. I have stronger opinions. It wasn't just collateral.
Really, you think that Israel is targeting civilians?
It's like peering into a different time, like a different reality, man. Wow, really? You think Israel was targeting civilians? Delusional. What? It's crazy. It's just unimaginable. Like to still be here. Even I think the average Republican would not endorse this position at all anymore. By the way,
I think some of the double tapping issues. I have a lot of issues with how Bibi ultimately conducted the war. I personally do, and I have a lot of issues that are also painted on the basis of the conversation I had with a few weeks later after October 7th. The way he talked about the Palestinians, I kept talking about Hamas. He kept talking about the Palestinians. I kept coming back to Hamas, and then ultimately how the war was conducted. Not saying it was a genocide. I'm not, but I have issues.
What is the thing that
so conciliatory? So fucking weak, so conciliatory. On no pushback can be allowed, none whatsoever, because they serve the same masters, right? So like, why would he? So you're saying enduring 4 more years of Republicans in 2028 would be preferable to Newsom? Yes, I do believe that 100%. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, I think that's like a very defensible position for the same reason that it would have been better if Trump had won in 2020, because all we did by letting Biden win in 2020 was let Trump's goons cook for 4 years so that when they came back, they could bring fascism 2 to the front, rather than them just continuing a doomed, like, terminally unpopular presidency. You never would have had that big swing around with, like, young people and Latin voters. If Trump had won in 2020, he would have been, like, neutered the entire time. If Newsom wins in 2028, it is the end times, truly. Like, after that, it's just going to be Republicans. And by the way, under Newsom, it'll be Republicans too. Do you think the fact that Newsom is president will keep Republicans from being in charge? Are you watching this interview?
That you particularly
there was a dehumanization. I didn't like the way he talked about the Palestinian people. I just didn't.
What is the specific?
They can't come. I didn't. The specific. I don't want to get into the details.
The reason I'm asking is because when you suggest that he is conflating Hamas and the Palestinians,
he wasn't conflating.
Of course, it does lead to the conclusion.
They were different. It wasn't. No. It was. I'm just saying the way he ultimately conducted it. I look back at that conversation. I reflect on that conversation. It doesn't surprise me, and I did not think it was proportionate.
Okay,
and I thought it was overwhelming, and the devastation and destruction breaks my heart.
Okay, so you're president of the United States. Somebody invades from Mexico. They take several thousand American citizens.
I get it. And by the way,
they hold them all the way until the end of the war. Until the end of the war, their hostages being held.
Don't get me wrong on any of this. I'm with you in terms of the ultimate accountability and bringing the hostages home. I like the clarity and conviction as it relates to getting all the hostages dead and alive home.
Holy fucking shit, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you have any idea how unpopular this rhetoric is with with Democrats? I mean, like even within Democrats, this like, oh no, man, like I totally the enthusiasm for getting the hostages home.
And all of that, I'm not denying that.
And by the way, Hamas still has not been extirpated in the areas where Israel has left them alone.
And clearly this truce.
He's like tripping over himself to make sure that all that he, like, everyone knows he's the goodest boy, and all the masters that are watching this know that he's completely subservient to their agenda. Hey, military-industrial complex, just so you guys know, I might be a Democrat, but trust me, it's in name only. I will not stand against you in any way, shape, or form when it comes to your exercise of power. Your money, your military prowess, your surveillance tech, your contracts, all of them will not only be preserved, but expanded under me. Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you watching?
And détente is still a work in progress. There's been a lot of destruction.
Well, because Hamas was supposed to be disarmed, and they didn't.
I'm crystal clear about Hamas.
But the point is that
crystal clear about Hamas.
Right, but the point is that I think,
and I'm also crystal clear in my love for Israel and my condemnation of Bibi.
It's actually beyond parody. I mean, this is what happens when you literally never interact with real people. The only people you interact with are consultants, lobbyists, money men, donors, whatever else. This is what you're like. Yeah, The profession of love for Israel is an expression of fealty, that they're willing to bend the knee to, not to Israel necessarily, but to the interests that want to prop up Israel.
And there's a distinction. I condemn Donald Trump. I love my country, and I think that's
listen, anyone is free to disagree with Prime Minister Netanyahu anytime that they want. I will point out that,
but they're not anti-Semitic when they say.
Of course not.
But that's also important to say, because some people conflate that. You don't.
No, of course.
But others do.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro has never conflated criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, except for when he did earlier in this conversation, in the same chapter of the same video that we're watching right now, where he said that criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. I've
critiqued Bibi myself, mainly for not being right-wing enough, in my opinion, on many issues domestically, actually. But when it comes to...
God bless you. I better not have to deal with you pro-Gavin Newsom people for the next 2.5 years, okay? This is beyond the fucking pale. This is beyond inexcusable. Like, you will genuinely be treated like Mossad agents and or bots. I do not believe any human being could internalize this and still come away thinking that Gavin Newsom is in any way, shape, or form a threat to the problems in this country.
Jesus. But when it comes to the I mean, we can get into perceptions of Netanyahu's leadership and all this. I will say this. I know every major politician in Israel, I know many major politicians in Ukraine, in Hungary, in a wide variety of places. In Israel, I happen to know the last several prime ministers. If anyone outside of the state of Israel believes that Naftali Bennett or Yair Lapid, who's on the left,
would have conducted
their
response,
that is nuts. Yeah, that's nuts. It's not true.
No, fair point. And look, hey,
and the IDF, by the way, operates largely independently in some ways of the prime minister's office. It's kind of
and Ben Shapiro, who is by far the smarter of these two men, is aware of the fact that Gavin Newsom is neutered and can't do or say anything contradictory. So he's just taking this opportunity to run a lap with all of his pro-Israel bullshit, because he's not like dealing with Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson or whatever. Like, he spent the past 2 years dealing with the growing anti-Semitism on the right. So he's enjoying the fact that he now has a dog to play with, you know? Oh yeah, I have criticisms of Bibi too. He's not right-wing enough. Also, you think that a genocide's being committed by Israel? You want Israel to be a pariah state? That's anti-Semitic. But also, I would never conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. Like, he knows Gavin Newsom will just run around chasing his tail anyway, so who the fuck cares?
Strange dual system that they have over there. I know too many soldiers who, I mean, I talk about one in the book, who had 3 limbs blown off going door to door in Gaza.
I agree with Bosch, but I hate the privileged mentality of, well, he's going to suck anyway, so let a Republican win. What's happening now wouldn't have happened under Kamala. You're misunderstanding. I'm not saying that Gavin Newsom would do more harm in his immediate presidency than Trump or J.D. Vance would in 2028. What I'm saying is that the consequences of allowing Newsom to be the Democrat who runs, wins, and then presides over the downfall of this country will be worse than merely allowing an extremely unpopular Republican presidency to continue. For example, Biden was better in 2020 than Trump would have been. If Trump had won, America would have been worse between 2021 and 2025 than it was under Biden. But right now, America is much worse because Biden did something unforgivable. He did a bad job, and he didn't prosecute Trump. If he had done a good job, and he had prosecuted Trump, then we would be fine. But he wasn't that guy, and Newsom won't be either. Newsom will only give the right time to build a strategy of opposition. It's always easier to build popularity when you're not in power. Look at British government, you know? They've been playing hot potato with the, prime ministership for a decade now. What has it got them? Nothing. Whoever's in power is incredibly unpopular. Whoever isn't. Like that over here. If we're going to get a guy up there to change the course this country is on, and we are death spiraling right now, by the way, it needs to not be a guy who will say, yeah, I'm going to pull us up, and then cranks the wheel harder down.
Not using overwhelming air power to eviscerate millions of people.
How do we know general anti-Israel sentiment will keep going and not fizzle out? Being pro-Israel is not a default position that Americans return to if not exposed to anti-Israel propaganda. The opposite is the case. Americans are by default ambivalent on Israel unless exposed to contrary information. And right now, the overwhelming tide of information towards Israel is negative. You can just take a look at like YouGov polling if you prefer, or Pew Research or whatever. People do not like Israel. Do you deny MAGA is an existential threat that could realistically damage America forever? Yeah, of course. You're crossing your fingers for a hypothetical election in 6 years? Wait, I'm not sure what you mean. Gavin Newsom winning the presidency in 2028 would be a continuation of that existential threat. It would be worse than the Republicans continuing that win. People need to believe there's a better option. What do you think it's going to do to the American electorate when they understand, truly understand, that the Republicans and Democrats aren't offering anything different? Because they're not, right? Like, Biden fundamentally did not change much from Trump's term. And Trump fundamentally, as ruinous as he is, like, what you pay attention to are the excesses, the underlying trends, the consolidation of power into the executive, the police state, funding for ICE. Look at all the Democrats right now who are saying that they would be willing to continue or even expand ICE funding. Do you really think these people are that different? They don't like Trump because he's rude and boorish, but they serve the same corporate masters. Look at Gavin Newsom right now. You really think this guy's different? Oh, I'm sure he'll be more rational. But the thing that's destroying America right now is not the irrationality of the president. It's underlying economic, social, and political trends that the Democrats are fully complicit in. They're just not as, I don't know, loud about it as the Republicans are. But it's a real problem. We need real pushback. If you cement the idea that Democrats and Republicans represent the same thing, I mean, that's how you get uniparty rhetoric that led to Trump in the first place. Republicans flocked to Trump because they thought of Ted Cruz or Marco Rubio or whatever as being like just other Democrats, you know? It was a consequence of the Tea Party rhetoric, the idea that they needed somebody who was fundamentally transformative, not just, not just a guy who was like a Democrat light. So we need leftist populism to counter MAGA populism because their populism is addressing a real problem? No, I don't think I ever said MAGA populism is addressing a real problem. We do need lefty populism, though. Yeah, for sure, 100%. The experiment is over. America is done, okay? All of the trends that we've sort of built out towards, everything that we've enabled, everything that we've constructed, all of it, they have led us to here. And it's a bad place to be, and we're going down, all right? We need transformative change to get out of the death spiral that we're in, not just a slightly more competent fascist manager. I agree with your central premise, but Newsom wouldn't invade Greenland. Okay, who cares? Newsom runs in 2028, he wins, and then in 2032, the next Republican invades Greenland. Invading Greenland is not a Trump idiosyncrasy. It's a consequence of it's an expression of the dying empire, you know? Like, it's what is happening right now. Like, Trump on his own is not like singly interested in Greenland. There are monetary interests involved in Greenland. There are billionaires who want to build that freedom city over there. There are mineral and oil interests that want to extract from there. All of those corporate masters, all of whom, by the way, would be supported and empowered by Gavin Newsom. Those are the people responsible. And those people aren't just individuals. They're expressions of a broader economic trend, you know? They're manifestations of material conditions. The material conditions have to change. If we get a Democrat in and those conditions don't change, they're just going to keep biding their time and waiting for the opportunity to do it again. I think Trump just wants Greenland because it seems cool and epic. Lesson number 2 with Trump that you all need to internalize. If Trump is doing something that seems erratic and stupid and totally driven by ego, it's not. It's because a billionaire recently spoke to him and convinced him that it would be cool and epic. Trump is very, very, very malleable. Somebody told him to do this. There is not a single thing that he has done in this administration that has not been at the behest of some other puppet master, all right? He is just a conduit for these interests. All of those interests will persist, as they did through Biden. Biden made contracts with Palantir, you know. Biden signed off on budgets that expanded ICE funding. Do you really think these people will save us?
I was in the hospital meeting victims on October 7th in Israel. So I been to memorials and
I want to be clear in the terminology we use about all this stuff because right now, for example,
but the genocide issues.
Where are the members of the Democratic Party protesting and wearing pins? for the protesters in Iran who are getting mowed down, maybe by the tens of thousands this week.
Well, I know where I am. I put out a pretty clear statement this week, and
I'd like to see more Democrats.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. And by the way, I also thought I thought it was the right thing to do, that strike, and I thought it was unbelievably effective and efficient. And
yeah, like to that point. Ongoing. Senate Dems are reportedly offering ICE funding increases in exchange for body cams and de-escalation training for agents. Are these your saviors? These the people you think these people are going to get us out of here?
And had no problem saying that during the strike, didn't wait for the outcome. So, yeah, I marched to a beat of a little bit of a different drum, a little bit more nuance here. But there is, look, there's no, everything's so black and white. It just, there's nuance here. I mean,
for sure. But I think
Jesus fucking Christ, he sounds like a gamer-gator. He sounds like a early YouTube liberal skeptic, you know, who's weirdly chummy with all the reactionary YouTubers and always is making like hit piece videos on the feminist YouTubers.
The point that I'm making, back to sort of where we originally departed here, was that, you know, I'm trying to call out what I see as bad behavior, untrue, immoral behavior on my own side. I'd like to see that more from a Democratic Party that seemed to be perfectly willing to wrap an arm around Zohran Mamdani the minute he got a little bit of momentum. Yeah. The same man who had said that whenever the NYPD boot is on the throat of Americans, the IDF is lacing the boot.
That is true. The IDF is trained with the NYPD. Yes.
And that sort of nonsense is terrible.
Yeah, that was nonsense. That's true. That's not factually provably true.
No, I don't associate with those comments at all. I mean, and look, he
now we found a comment he'll disavow. Not, you know, gleeful endorsement of Netanyahu's war crimes, but this. Now we found something that he's willing to take a stand on. Finally, a presidential candidate with spine.
For me, should Mamdani be the mayor of New York?
That's up for people in New York to make that decision. That's not
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Meet him out here in California, thousands of miles away.
You don't believe President Trump should be president. The American people decided he should.
Well, that directly impacts me. I mean, New York may indirectly, but I mean, it's a little bit of a different question. We'll see how he ultimately does. I thought he ran an incredibly effective campaign. I think there's a lot of interesting attributes that he has. Incredibly bright, incredibly capable. He's delivered some
there are a lot of terrible people who say bright and capable things.
No, I get it. But and I absolutely disagree with him on a lot of those comments. And I also maintained that posture pretty consistently over
not a single expression of agreement with Mamdani on anything. Nothing. Only, oh, he's smart and interesting, and he ran a good campaign, which everyone knows and everybody agrees with. Wow. Phenomenal stuff.
A long period of time. And no, I was not a Cuomo fan. So just for the record, and sorry.
As it turns out, there weren't a lot of Cuomo fans.
And I say this with respect. I mean, the Cuomo family is a good Democrat, his father, and there's some members of the family I like a lot. But look, these are tougher issues, and they are tough issues. And I appreciate your willingness to call balls and strikes. And a lot of folks, frankly, a lot of folks in your world, as we sort of castigate the right-wing media ecosystem, your willingness to call this stuff out. And
I think that in general, this is the way, if we want to have a way forward in American politics, just to get a little general here, it has to be predicated on certain basic premises about truth. And that's why I keep saying, forget about, categorization. Is it true or is it not true?
What if, hypothetically, Newsom, you did a little dance for me? What if I said it was anti-Semitic for you not to do a little dance for me? Newsom, you're not doing a little dance for me, which I'm interpreting as anti-Semitic. It's undeniably anti-Semitic. It's factually anti-Semitic. Imagine, if you would, a world in which you don't do a little dance for me, and I call you anti-Semitic, and that comes back to bite you. Well, do a little dance for me, Newsom. Newsom starts like tap dancing in front of him.
One of the major failings of the Democratic Party in the last election cycle is the unwillingness to say whether it was true or untrue that a boy could become a girl, for example. Yeah. I think a lot of people looked at that and they said,
"Oh, this should be good."
Excuse me? How is this? Forget about the political ramifications or the policy ramifications for just a second. Can you say a boy is not a girl? And boys cannot just become girls.
And we can go down. I mean, I feel like a year ago I was with Charlie having this conversation, which is remarkable. I'm curious. Did you? And this is not. I'm just honestly curious when I'm asking this. I'm not even. It's not. There's not a loaded question. Did you or others in the right condemn the Trump policies as it relates to gender affirming care for including reassignment surgeries in the federal prison system under the Trump administration's first term.
I mean, if I'd been aware of them, I would have condemned them. My company was the only company in America, I believe, that on a media level refused to use preferred pronouns for anyone. We use only biological pronouns since 2015, since we launched the company.
No, and I say that because it's just not well known, but the Trump administration's policies allowed for gender assignment, gender affirming care, but hormone treatment, being an actual.
I think that's
change. The operations.
I mean,
it was federal policy.
Listen, I think that's wrong, and I wish that, frankly, you would go further. You've talked about the unfairness in sports, but to me, the bigger question is not unfairness in sports. The bigger question is whether we should be allowing the administration of chemical or surgical mutilation of minors based on gender dysphoria.
Well, we're gonna. I mean, the Trump administration has strong opinions. They've sued states like California, many other states.
Holy shit! It's like there's actually a gun to his head. I like watching this. I think I'm actually switching over in my position. I think Gavin Newsom would actually be more destructive than Trump or JD Vance in 2028. Like just on its own, without any of the larger like consequences. He's more cuck to corporate interest than Trump could ever be. Trump at least has some kind of like underlying personality, like some kind of dictate. Trump is honest in the sense that you kind of get a read on him, like what he wants and what he is. He's a pretty authentic person in that respect, at least, even if he says things that are untrue constantly. I like the vibe I'm getting from this, like his complete, like I at least respect, like Trump will push back on stuff, man. He won't push back on fucking anything. The corporations would just be able to do whatever they want through him, like no holds barred. They just like any interest they had.
Plus states.
So, yes.
And my position is that's between the physician, it's between the family member, and these patients themselves.
Why? Now, are there any surgical or chemical interventions that you would oppose, even if the patient and doctor want?
Here we go. I mean, I know exactly where this debate goes.
Right, but I'm asking. I mean,
here we go. It's Ben. It's like you want to, after 2 hours of talking, get one disagreement out of me.
It's a real question because it does have public policy implications. Meaning, in the state of California, there's a judicial ruling. We referenced it earlier. That said,
well, that judicial ruling was ridiculous on this basis. Any teacher, and what you're talking about is a law that I signed, as it relates to this idea that
school districts
you can
ontologically evil fascist better than a status quo weasel. Kaysen, I'm trying to explain this to you because you're affected right now by a disease known as liberalism. You think the problem with Trump is that he himself is stupid and violent and destructive. In reality, Trump's stupid, violent tendencies probably are like make him better than what Gavin Newsom would be in his position. As presidents, or a potential president in Gavin's case, both of them are conduits for corporate interests. It used to be, back in the good old days, that corporations were just one seat at the table. The president would sit down with them and labor organizers in the case of a dispute, or the people, and so on and so forth, and they would have to make considered decisions about what it is they wanted to do exactly. Now, the corporations have always had an undue say in things, but it has never been like it is now. Right now, for people like Donald Trump, he just spends all of his time, day in, day out, talking to and being congratulated by corporate envoys, nonstop. He is nonstop surrounded by lobbyists, formal and informal. They can buy pardons off of him. They can get him to give them like special permissions for the company with regard to trade or tariff exemptions. They can do anything. I don't see any reason, based on this interview, that Governor Newsom wouldn't be just as bad. You think that like with Trump, the problem is that he's dumb or whatever. That's not the problem, man. There are tons of dumb people. The willingness to be used as a corporate stooge is the problem. That's what's causing the problem. Trump is not the great evil in this country. It's capitalism. I'm sorry, it is. I know it's old hat, but it is. Every day we wake up and we're bombarded with more and more new headlines of some horrendously evil shit that is taking place because the oligarchs that run this country demand it. If anything, Governor Newsom would probably do a more competent job of administrating their orders, which is bad. Like if our country is going to be ruled by oligarchs, I would rather their orders be administrated incorrectly. Look at ICE right now. I guarantee you that if we had a competent secretary for the Department of Homeland Security, they would be able to get much more done. Thank God above, thank Jesus Christ Almighty that Kristi Noem is a fucking retard, and so is everyone working around her, because that really stops them from doing more damage than they might otherwise do, you know? I do not want the lesson from the Trump administration to be that the oligarchs need to find a more competent stooge.
mandating the teachers
that you can fire someone for not telling on a child and saying that they're talking about being gay, not just trans issues, any LGBTQ issues, that you can be fired. There's nothing in the law. The law that I signed does not preclude these teachers from telling the parents.
No, it precludes school districts from
mandating and firing someone for not. But
Don't you think that?
But it allows the teacher to make that judgment on the basis of seeing someone that's being bullied and the requirements they have under the law to keep people safe.
As a parent, don't you believe that a teacher should facilitate the passage of information to you? Why would that?
On every basis? I mean, that they should somehow just be listening.
The teacher's going to call you. I mean, if my kid decides to come out as trans
it's about
at school,
safety. The law is pretty clear, and and the teachers have that ability. And the teachers maintain that ability. We didn't deny that. We didn't say to the teachers, you cannot.
No,
quite the contrary. This is critical.
No,
because there's been a lot of misinformation about this.
I'm not misinterpreting the law. I mean, the school, what the
but
law
I'm just saying you shouldn't
districts.
fire someone. And in many cases, look, anyone that's members of the LGBTQ community, how many stories that you've heard of people that say, I went to my parents with my teacher. That was a safe place for me in school. There's a lot of grace in this space. There's a lot of testimony in this space that I think should just provide a little bit of grace and humility. It's not a black and white issue. Teachers can still, quote unquote, turn in a child. They just can't be fired.
I mean, but my question on that, and again, this is a subset of a broader issue, is why does the parent not have an absolute moral?
Can Gavin even debate? Sure. If you got him to talk to a leftist who criticized Israel, I guarantee you'd see all the debate skill that you have not seen in this interview come up. Seriously, it's night and day, man. They're all bought and paid for. Guarantee you 100%.
Ability to receive that information, and requires that not a requirement. There should be a requirement for teachers to turn over that information.
Health and safety is a requirement.
If a teacher truly believes that a parent is a threat to a child, they can report it to child services.
Yeah, so health and safety is still the standard. So you maintain that standard. That standard is the law.
That's a lot of wiggle room for a teacher to apply.
Well, it's also, but it's a lot of law in terms of the weight of that law and that responsibility to take care of it, make sure your kids are safe. But this idea that Trump says people are going to public schools and coming back, having surgeries and coming back the next day is absurd.
No, but there are certainly cases in which kids are being, quote unquote, socially transitioned at school without parents knowing about it. I know some of the parents to whom this has happened. I mean, this is the fundamental question that lies at the root of all of this is the question that you're not wanting to answer, which is whether boys can become girls.
Yeah, I think for the grace of God. Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the sympathy. I also feel terrible for anybody who's suffering with any sort of.
I mean, I think it's been the case for
terrible,
generations, for time immemorial. God bless. I don't know how.
Why is this a hard one? I just don't understand.
Because I don't know why it's such a. Why is it such a? I'm curious. I understand the political pose.
Why are you bringing up stuff we disagree on when you know perfectly well that I'm not allowed to disagree with you? What the fuck, Ben?
Of it.
It's not just politically potent,
but it's just how. It's so few. We're talking about so few people.
It's not about
that are struggling with gender identity issues. A lot
struggling with. But he speaks indistinguishably from how Republicans did about trans people back a decade ago. Now they're all openly genocidal, but back then, I have so much sympathy for people who are struggling with X or Y. Same shit. You hear it from the TERFs too.
A lot of remarkable people, a lot of wildly successful people, and they've gone on their life, have incredible lives. I don't know. There's so much hate and bigotry, so much condemnation, much judgment.
This is the part where I start to object.
Yeah.
Okay. The idea that
you may not be spewing it.
No.
Like some others. Trust me.
But
this is the business they're in.
You may not be spewing it. Holy shit, dude. Ben, I know you're not known for transphobia, but it's out there. If he doesn't consider what Ben says to be transphobia, then, there you fucking go. If you, Jesus Christ. Once again, man, my big criticism of liberals, time and time again, it's that they're not even liberal. Gavin Newsom is not liberal. He's agreeing with everything a fascist says, man. It's no... There
are lots of terrible people who say lots of terrible things, but...
Yes.
It is not an act of bigotry to say that a boy cannot become a girl, nor should my children be taught in K through 12 public schools that a boy can become a girl.
Yeah.
That is not an act of bigotry.
Yeah.
That's an act of rationality and biological simplicity.
I respect your point of view. And,
but does the state?
I don't.
Good people disagree on this.
I know, but
and a lot of states, not just California.
Do you trust this guy to administrate over the federal government? Do you trust this guy to administrate even over the state government? This guy?
California, well-established rules, by the way, that predate me. Again, this is not where I started.
That predate me. Hey, I'm not responsible. When I'm running for president and I'm trying to get Republican donors to support me, just remember, I'm not the one who supported those progressive laws in the state of California.
And advocating on these issues, as some suggest. And look, I'm with the Governor Spencer Cox, who said about many of these issues.
Let's not go that far. Newsom's not fascist over social issues. He is literally right now in this interview, in this frame of the interview, agreeing with a fascist on social issues.
So much attention been placed on so few people.
And the problem is, I do think that on an electoral level, to go to the politics, it is a barrier to entry for a lot of people. When
I agree with that.
When you say boy can become a girl, and then just on a realistic.
And by the way, and I respect if that's your barrier to then listening to people on a myriad of other issues. So be it. It is what it is.
I just find it strange that even if you wish to have a public policy that pursues something different, we cannot just admit that boys and girls are two different things, and that a boy cannot become a girl. Why is this so difficult?
Yeah, I understand your point of view.
But just what a man. Truly the attack dog of the Dems, huh? Really the one guy with a spine. The one guy with a battle plan to fight against Republicans. Phenomenal stuff. Well and truly. You know, you can really see... Listen, he might not be the wokest, but damned if he doesn't hate Republicans with every fiber of his being. Or so I've been told by Twitter liberals, you know? Just any moment now, all of that seething ferocity is going to come to fruition. You're going to see it bubble up to the surface, and he's going to go absolutely sicko mode. You know, we've got 12 whole minutes left of the podcast. He's been really, really docile so far, but any moment now we'll see that famed Newsom energy.
And, you know, and I also respect Caitlyn Jenner. You know, I do. And
I respect.
Oh, okay. He thought of one trans person to support. Just one. He thought of one. Quick, think of a trans person.
For individuals.
Well, no,
I mean, I can tell you a story. This is there's a situation.
And by the way,
I was speaking at University of
British Columbia. This is a harder thing for me too. As you may know, and you probably do. I have a trans godson, and it's there's a little more. I find the humanity. I find different aspects of this, different layers.
This goes back to my sort of truth.
But I know you're facts over empathy.
Well, I mean, I'll give you. Here's the story. So I was speaking at University.
Just a complete concession to the idea that the only reason you would ever believe in trans people is if you're willing to disregard the facts. It's again like his positions on this explicitly are reactionary. Not just reactionary, but like there are Republican states that are less reactionary than the stuff that he's signing off on here.
University of British Columbia. This must have been now 5 years ago or so.
Yeah.
And a person who identified as trans got up at the microphone. And obviously I do a lot of these things on campus. I used to do more of them. And this issue came up. The person started talking about...
Hold on. Agreeing with a fascist on social issues doesn't make you a fascist. The fascist nature of MAGA is their erosion of the mechanics of democracy itself, separations of power and rules of law, not just social conservatism. No? That's the difference between the implementation of a fascist government and a person's fascist political opinions. Also, you can have fascists in power who have not yet successfully unwound the constitutional fabric. Also, you can be fascist and follow the law. Ugh, you've been arguing with me the whole damn thing. Just take 7 days. Punished for being a liberal. If you want to disagree, that's fine. But like on this issue, you have lost. I'm sorry. You have failed to come up with anything that effectively parries my words. What you're seeing right now is the Dark Souls "You Died" screen. Like you're like still hitting buttons on the controller after the massive two-handed Mace Slam came down. You failed to like your roll timing was all off.
His family's biological male. Again, you can use whatever pronouns you choose to use. It's a free country, but you can't force me to use pronouns that I believe are grammatically incorrect. Anyway.
By the way, I'm not sitting here, trying to browbeat you on pronouns.
Oh my fucking God, dude. Hey, I'm sorry if I've come off too aggressive in this, by the way. I'm sorry. I know. I've been coming at you with this stuff. I'm not trying to browbeat you. Oh my God. If it's him versus JD, I'm canvassing for JD. I'm only half joking. I'm like 30% joking. Maybe these are his consultants.
Are you ready for a Vance presidency? Because that's exactly what we'll end up with if we nominate a far-left Mamdani-like candidate in 2028. The November elections proved what we've been arguing for months. The Democratic Party has to choose which project is more important, turning blue places bluer or turning red and purple places to blue. We know that focusing on the latter is the only way to defeat Trump and far-right extremism. History has shown that a moderate approach is the way Democrats win. Hear me out. Since 1980, Democrats have only won the White House once without winning a supermajority of moderate voters nationwide. So what does that actually mean for us? Mamdani won just 36% of the moderate vote. Take that and extrapolate it nationwide, and the results...
Sorry, Third Way is a think tank formed in 2005. That's basically like their position has just been the Democrats need to be Ronald Reagan, basically. It's like we can never ever be progressive. Obviously all of their money comes from like oligarchs and big corpos, you know. Basically no like on the ground work or anything. They have a bunch of GOP donors and stuff like that. I bet you these guys will support the fuck out of Gavin Newsom though. Their criticism section on their Wikipedia page is longer than any other, like everything else combined. I think our version of this is more perfect union. There is nothing on the genuine left that comes even remotely close to what centrist Democrats have at their disposal or are willing to do. They are evil. They are all spiritually Israeli, which means that they're evil and demonic. I mean, they are all pro-Israel, so, you know, it's not really like an exaggeration, I guess. I'm so mad. Look at who they're supporting for speaker. Jeffries? Yeah, of course. Obviously. Yeah. Final point. Remember how recently Ro Khanna earned some respect from me specifically by saying that he wants to implement a wealth tax in the state of California, shear off some of those billions? Gavin Newsom stepped in and said, no, I'd veto it. So, you know. Gavin Newsom's big dilemma, tax the rich or defy the left. Isn't it more like tax the rich or run out of money? What do you mean defy the left? Like, yeah, tax the rich or go bankrupt. I don't know. What do you mean? You need money. You don't tax people for fun. Why do we need to worry about him if the electorate will obviously not vote for him? He's literally right now one of the most popular people for Democrats for the presidential race in 2028. Probably not for long. We'll see. Now that's a guest I didn't expect. Why? Why not? Gavin's on-camera persona is the complete opposite of a social media post. I don't know who came here to watch Gavin school Shapiro or watch Shapiro school Gavin, but say what you will about either of these guys. People sitting down right now and having a respectable conversation is exactly what we need right now. Definitely not a positive sign if the comments under this video are reflecting the energy of like fucking Dave Rubin circa 2016, you know? Like, and we're talking about someone who could potentially be the Democratic presidential candidate. Ben Shapiro's fans came to his comments? Yeah, probably. Because when Gavin Newsom put out his episodes with Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon, they were overwhelmingly negative. Well, I'm mad. I'm angry. How about you guys? Looking forward to canvassing for JD Vance, I guess. That'll be interesting. That'll be novel. Hopefully we can get PV on board with that. Watch Kyle destroy MAGA hack Michael Knowles to get your spirit up. The only bit that I saw of that, the only clip that I saw there was Kyle calling Michael Knowles a cuck. I don't know. I don't know if I can do this shit, man. I think I left the space for a while, or for a reason. Kyle Kulinski bodies Michael Knowles repeatedly in brutal Piers Morgan debate. Michael Knowles destroys Kyle Kulinski live on Piers Morgan. Kyle Kulinski washes Michael Knowles.
By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad, and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump could do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
No, there have been plenty of Trump policies that I've criticized because he's only right about 99.78% of the time. So the First Step Act, I thought, was a misstep. But I would say the rest. Excuse me. I would say the rest of the administration has been very successful. What's your problem? What's
my problem? Is that you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump.
Nice. Good stuff. More perfect union, MAGA Mamdani. Fuck, this is just gonna make me mad again. God damn it. It's
Right away, they call me a communist. They call me a socialist. You're not a conservative. You're not MAGA.
That's what people say. You cannot be that. Time out. You cannot be MAGA and Mamdani. Why not? Why can't you be? To me, it's the most natural thing in the world.
When Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, met with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, it wasn't supposed to go well.
The president has been repeatedly referring to him as a communist.
But then...
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. We're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come.
I don't trust these conservatives who support Mamdani. No, nor should you. They're literally like single issue voters, and the one issue is our keys jangling. No underlying principles. Now, if a person has swapped from supporting Trump to then supporting Mamdani, that's a different thing entirely. But if they support both...
True. People started looking at me like I was a fortune teller, like I had somehow told the future, and I started believing it.
Something strange is happening in New York City. A new group of voters is emerging, and they're quietly challenging our most basic assumptions about politics.
This is going to make me mad. I can tell this is going to make me mad again. I can tell this is going to make me mad again.
What box would you put me in? I wouldn't say really any box at this point.
In 2024, New York shifted to the right, more than it had in decades. Just a year later, the city swung back to the left, electing its first ever socialist mayor. But here's where it gets weird. Some of the same voters were part of both waves.
A lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that.
If politics is all about which team
I hate to say most voters are brain dead. We need their votes, though. Yeah, my issue isn't with the idea that voters are brain dead, which they are. They're genuinely, like, barely alive. My issue is more the idea that this is a new and growing sector of the population, people who simultaneously support Mamdani and Trump, because I feel like already so much undue attention has been paid to these people. Like, everyone is obsessed with them. We love heaping attention onto, like, the loud guy who's like, yep, I have no principles whatsoever. I support completely contradictory things, and we laud them for it. We're like, wow, what a unique and novel perspective, when what we should be saying is, like, you're fucking retarded. Like, I'm glad you voted for Mamdani, but you're actually a fucking retard. Like, you shouldn't be able to vote. Like, I'm glad you voted for Mamdani, but if I could disenfranchise you right now with my mind, I would. That's not... Because that's the only thing you can say about a person who simultaneously supports Mamdani and Trump, right? I guess I just don't like the implicit endorsement of their worldview by treating it as though it's novel and not really stupid and contradictory. But I haven't watched the video yet, so I'm gonna yeah, let's watch we'll watch the video.
This kind of
sorry, I every time with More Perfect Union I rag on them a little bit, but like I don't know, they just need to put out 5 videos about how Republicans are like really dumb, bad people, and that'll win me over back. You know, I'll get swapped right over.
Isn't supposed to happen.
I mean, did you see the guy who has the MAGA from Mamdani hat?
So who are these voters? What are they after? Are they just outliers? Or are they a preview of whatever comes next?
I'm just trying to figure out what's up with these highly weird election results. How you doing?
What's up, man?
You got thoughts on these two?
Let's talk Trump and
Mamdani.
Who the fuck is that?
Finding Trump to Mamdani voters was never going to be easy.
You got thoughts on Trump and Mamdani?
According to exit polls, about 1 in 10 Trump voters in New York also voted for Mamdani.
Hi, guys.
Which may not sound like a lot, but in politics, those kind of margins can swing elections.
Quick question, I got 5 minutes. 1 in 10 New Yorkers who went for Trump also voted for Mamdani. Like, how do you make sense of that?
I have no idea. I definitely did not. It does not make sense.
Time out. Yeah. So basically, you're a hypocrite at that point. Like, I mean, if you did, there's something you got to screw loose.
Yeah.
So when I go MAGA for Mamdani, makes me cry.
I don't understand the portion of the left that pumps the average retard normie voter. Yeah, I think like what we need to return to, I think, is like and by the way, this is like a proto-Marxist belief, okay? We have to return to a contempt for the lumpen proletariat, okay? The natural ally of the socialist has never been the working man, because the working man, as much as we've eulogized them in like rhetoric and songs or whatever, the average like working class guy is uneducated and like kind of stupid. Like that's a rule of reality. Every country, every time period. Education is liberatory. If you talk, if we're like, oh, well, the political predisposition of people who have never like really been educated, I mean, they're generally like pretty tribalist and superstitious and not really like prone to these big bouts of political thought, right? They're very easy to manipulate. There's a reason why authoritarian leaders like to keep their populations poorly educated. It's the educated people, right? The, you know, college educated, usually. These people tend to be socialists. Everyone points this out like it's some kind of like deep truth or hidden hypocrisy. Like, what do you mean the socialists don't instantly win the votes of the working men? Well, a lot of the working men are like genuinely think that Tren de Aragua is gonna fucking steal their girlfriend. Like, what do you no, like they're stupid. I don't believe what I believe because I want to get along with Joe Plumber or whatever. I believe what I believe because it's objectively fucking right. This isn't like an outreach thing, you know? The appeals to the working class need to be made, but like you have to do so with the recognition that we're kind of talking down to them. We are, and we should, because I've seen how the working class votes. I'm using the term working class a bit flippantly here. I understand it's a lot more complicated than that, but like, you know what I mean.
My friend who's a Republican goes, that's the line I like. MAGA for Mamdani makes me cry.
Ron Barba is an actor, a stock trader, and the unelected leader of MAGA for Mamdani.
I think a lot of people right from
the want to improve working class quality of life and increase their wages. Yeah, God willing, if you gave them a bit of fucking elbow room and some, you know, a bit of life to live, they might not be so fucking stupid, you know?
They look at MAGA for Mamdani and it's confusing.
That was the most beautiful thing. When I showed up at the rally, is to see the faces.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck?
Boom, a whole run.
Kind of seems like you just really enjoy attention then, which is often the case with people like you. Like you've turned this into like a micro celebrity thing.
Right from the get-go.
We had someone come to our Forest Hills rally with a hat that said MAGA Mamdani.
Different news outlets asking me questions about it.
Literally, that's one of those moments where I was like, is this AI or not? Because you never know these days, but he's real, right? Yeah, yes, this is real.
People taking pictures with me.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Immediately.
He's learned he can jangle the keys for himself. Yeah, honestly. Anyway, if you guys think this guy is going to like consistently vote for populist socialists in the future, you're delusional.
And people started commenting, this guy's sick, this guy can't be MAGA, what am I looking at? I don't know why it was natural to me. That is where you could go do the psychological, analysis of me.
It's easy to dismiss Ron as an outlier. And in a way, he is. Most Trump to Mamdani voters live in working-class immigrant communities across the city. And many belong to a group that the Democratic Party has been losing for years.
What's up, brother?
Young men.
I was not born here. I was from Sri Lanka. I just became a citizen. So.
Hey, congratulations. If you were a citizen, would you have voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you voted for Mamdani?
Yeah, Mamdani, yeah, obviously.
We need to stop importing third worlders and their third world politics, parentheses, conservatism.
What's up with that? Help us understand that.
I mean, they both want the same thing, affordability.
Affordability. Everybody's talking about it. And in New York, it's impossible to ignore.
New York is expensive as fuck. Let's start with that.
My rent right now is like $4,000 for a 3-bedroom.
$4,000 for a 3-bedroom?
Everything's going up. The food's going up. Rich people get rich and poor people get poor.
What's it like raising a family when that's so expensive?
Exhausting.
When I was a teenager, I really bought into this American dream.
Did Trump say affordability is made up? Again, like the lesson that you should take from this, and I'm sorry, like I understand I'm like fucking kicking a dead horse or whatever, but if you thought that Trump was going to bring prices down, you are politically illiterate. The inflation wave we experienced under Biden was a consequence of COVID, and it happened to almost every country on earth. America recovered faster than almost every country on earth. Like the inflation bubble that you're upset about happened everywhere. It wasn't Biden's policies. If anything, Biden's policies hastened its return to normalcy. We recovered pretty quickly. So that's one thing. But also, if you thought that Trump, with his tariff the world strategy, was going to make stuff cheaper, you're like fucking stupid. And you were fooled. You're a rube. But I'm not going to lie about that because it hurts your feelings to be told that. Like it's one thing to make mistakes. I don't expect everyone to be like super duper duper politically literate, but you do have to be pretty fucking ignorant to fall for that. And a lot of people are.
That small house, family, white picket fence.
In New York City.
And the older I got, the more I realized that that was the reality of the 1950s and 60s, not necessarily anymore.
Christian Spariosu has lived his whole life in a rent-stabilized apartment in Queens. His dad's a cab driver, mom's a house cleaner, and he makes $20 an hour working at his local gym. Christian's politics are complicated.
Oh my God.
During the 2016 election, I was super pro-Trump. I would watch like all of his speeches on TV.
They're not complicated. These people are natural serfs. They're peasants. They just want to be led by a leader. That's it. Look at how much political, like, memorabilia this guy has in his house. Like, this guy's, despite knowing very, very little about politics, this guy's life seems to be consumed by idolatry. Like, to put it in perspective, okay? My job is politics, or at least it's politics adjacent. You walk around my house, you would never know. Where's the politics? Even in my stream background, I have a painting of my beloved dead cat. I have stuff that I got from the American Southwest. I have anime books. I have figurines. I have plushies. Nothing here. Like, my political idolatry has like no... I legitimately think the only piece of political merchandise that I have that I still hold on to is a very, very worn Bernie 2020 bumper sticker that I never put on the car, but I kept, and it's all wrinkled and folded up, and it's like underneath several layers of car blanket in the trunk of my car. And that's it. That's the only thing. And then you see these people, and like, despite knowing nothing about, I got rid of the Biden cup, and despite knowing nothing about politics, they have these like shrines in their bedrooms dedicated to Trump or Mamdani or whatever. You're just a serf. Like, you just want to be ruled by somebody. You just want to give all your heart and your faith to somebody who you think will fix your personal problems. Nobody ever will. So you will always be unhappy. I just wish we could call... His politics aren't complicated. His politics are actually as simple as they get.
The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people.
Even though I couldn't vote, I was super fond of him. Trump was the best. He's going to like change America for the better. This economy is going to work for everyone.
And we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
When I went to college, I was the president of the Siena College Republicans for a few years.
Am I being too grumpy today? I don't know. This stuff, it like, the Gavin Newsom stuff was a lot. Like, that's already really rough. That was a lot to do. And then with this, yeah, you think okay, all right, well, it's like 50-50, 50-50. I'm being too grumpy. I don't know. I'm not trying, like, look, I don't think anyone is like well and truly a done deal. People can change. I just want us to call these out for what they are. You know, I want us to be honest about what these are, what they represent.
Did a lot of stuff at Turning Point USA. Yeah, so this one I got when I got invited to go to CPAC in the beginning of 2020. I got to see the president speak. I got to meet many folks such as Charlie Kirk, and he's someone who really got me into politics.
Interesting. You, again, like idolatry. You're very, very interested in these figures, right? These people.
Because, yeah, like freedom. It was just a phenomenal time. And during that time in CPAC, every year they have a certain theme.
Let's talk about socialism.
Like, socialism is evil, and I really bought into this. I'm like, so, like, this is like the worst thing ever. Like, some of these countries, like Sweden, for instance, Scandinavia, like, I thought like they weren't doing so well. When I got to study abroad in Japan for my last year of college, that opened my eyes to how not every country is like America. There was one point in Japan I had to go to the hospital for a medical emergency.
This is like so fucking, but I hope the people who say shit like this understand how fucking stupid they sound. No, the like frothing at the mouth propagandists that I had spent every moment of my life worshiping had given me an inaccurate view of the world. I went to another country and instantly I was like, oh, this is like fine and normal. Things are okay over here.
They have universal health care in which the government pays 70% of the cost, you pay 30% of the cost. It's a done deal. Just out of pocket, I paid somewhere between like 30 to 50 bucks for like a full day. And
Did you immediately realize that you had been lied to by all the people you worshipped? Like, surely experiencing a prosperous country have a functioning healthcare system with a much lower like point of cost at the like did you experience that and then go, oh my God, so all the like thousands of arguments I'd heard about how the only way to run a healthcare system is for you to pay $50 billion if you know, break a leg and go to the ER, that was all wrong?
God, world-class care, I'll never forget. It just goes to show that we're not number one in many ways. When it comes to America first and being for the people, I don't think...
Got some work to do?
Yeah, I think we have plenty of work to do, personally.
Christian first crossed paths with Zoran 2 years ago after a heavy storm flooded his kitchen.
So my roof started leaking. For about 3 months, I would ask my landlord...
Interesting how ideology is what drove him to the right, but material reality is what drives him to the left. He's told things about the world. That's why he likes Charlie Kirk and Trump. But then he experiences things about the world. Oh, guess all those lefties had a point. Interesting, huh? He's just going to keep doing this his entire fucking life, and he's going to vote Republican the entire fucking time.
Please fix it. He didn't want to do it because...
He's a landlord?
Yeah, he's just a landlord. He kept calling 311, which is like the city hotline for help, and no one ever responded to me.
But then, Christian called up Zoran's office.
A couple days later, an inspector actually came cited a couple safety violations, and because of the fines that the landlord received, he was forced to fix my leak and provide me more heat. Whoa. And that was the first time a politician actually did something for me. I would say when that happened, Zoran, he really earned my respect. He just caught my eye in general. He was pulling at like less than 1% when he started running at the beginning of 2024.
Did you reflect at all on how the many arguments that you'd heard from the right about how government regulation or the rent-controlled apartment that you live in, or how, you know, like all of that is wrong? You had one experience with Mamdani that instantly disproved the entire premise. Did you learn anything from this? I'm gonna go with no. Yeah, probably not. I mean, he's wearing the t-shirt of a guy who was murdered while lying in exactly the way this guy fell for time and time again.
And during that first Democratic debate, there was a question that was asked.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always...
Bosh, I understand you're seething hate, but we need to remember that Americans are genuinely victims of centuries of propaganda. Make them exactly like this. For one, everyone's a victim of propaganda. For two, you are who you are. For three, I'm not saying people like this don't exist. I'm not saying that we can't acknowledge they exist. I just want more perfect union to call them stupid. Why aren't we asking them the obvious fucking follow-up question? Oh, you went to Japan and it turned out their healthcare system worked much better than ours? Did that cause you to reflect on the messages that you had been, like the obvious lies that you had been told by the people you worship? Just one follow-up question. I just want one. I just want one, dude, from any one of these people. Any one of these people. One critical follow-up. None of these people are going to stay voting Democrat, dude. They follow the key jangling. They're not gonna. They're not principled in any way. We need to. How are we going to fix this? How are we going to fix people if we can't even give a name to the hypocrisy? We can't even identify what the problem is. I'm not defending this guy because he's clearly a worthless dipshit, but this is not how FDR won over vast swaths of America. Keep in mind, we're talking about people who currently support both Mamdani and Trump, not people who switched from Trump, got disillusioned, and switched then to Mamdani. You know, I don't know. Could you go back and find people who like FDR and Hoover? Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know. Like, they're probably crazy people back then, but the internet didn't exist, and also I wasn't alive. I'm talking about like the inconsistencies in your belief system that would have to exist for you to like both of these people at the same time. I think we have to be okay with giving up on these people. No, I want them to be asked questions. We need to start shaming ignorance again, okay? People need to start getting smarter now. I'm really fucking sick and tired of half the country getting their news from Joe Rogan, all right? People are so stupid. And if you challenge them on their stupidity, they bluster. They don't even know what you're talking about. They're so entitled to their stupidity. We all need to get much more ableist right now, okay? Much more ableist. We need to shame people for being stupid. If people don't know a thing, they should be made fun of. These people need to be scrutinized. Because, right, they're like blissful fucking idiots, man. They're just reveling in the attention. Oh, look at these cameramen who enjoy talking to me. Oh, look at wow, everyone wants to talk to me since I said I voted for Trump and voted for Mamdani and I like both of them. Wow. Okay. Clearly they're reveling in the limelight a little bit, you know? Maybe turn up the heat. Maybe ask them some critical questions. Ay.
Considered significant. Where would you go first?
Almost every single one of these candidates said,
I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel.
My goal would be to take my first trip.
Sorry to say you can't fight the power of stupidity. Yes, you can. I'm not interested in your pithy little inaccurate, you know, your little adages. I'm not interested in your wisdom. Yes, you fucking can. There's a difference between good things and bad things.
To Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
Zoran, he was the only candidate that said,
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New York.
I'm not 100% sure if vitriol and shame would work to win people over. Wouldn't you just fuller polarize them? No. Vitriol and shame work wonderfully. And everyone who's told you otherwise is a deep state show. They work brilliantly. If a person is fucking the reason why we've seen such a marked increase in extremism recently is because the internet has created echo chambers where people can be fucking neo-Nazis online. It used to be if you were a neo-Nazi, you had no one in your camp unless you found other real-life neo-Nazis, and you had to broach the subject with them. It usually meant you had to go to the right bookstore or the right music venue. You had to find the people who looked right and like kind of pitch the topic to them. It was a genuine barrier. It made it difficult. Now you can be like a neo-Nazi at 12 and go to the right forum, and congratulations, that's your life. All of your fucking formative years, the plasticity of your brain wasted on 4chan memes or whatever. We need to make it socially intolerable to be like this, and that starts, I'm talking about the basic start, the very beginning of that pressure is asking these people to give some light, some air to the obvious inconsistency in their position. That's it.
Workers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
And that was the answer that you would think is common sense, but every single one of these candidates said a foreign country, which is just crazy. I admire these folks that go against the grain, and that's part of the appeal of Trump to me initially, how he was considered an outsider.
As a brand.
When Trump won in 2024, Zoran broke from the script again, heading to Fordham Road in the Bronx, a neighborhood that had swung hard toward Trump.
And who did you vote for?
Trump. Trump. Donald Trump. I voted for Trump.
When I asked those New Yorkers why did they vote for the president, they told me again and again it was cost of living, cost of living, cost of living.
Him freezing the rent for every rent-stabilized tenant, if he can actually do that, that'd be phenomenal. That would help a lot of people, because a lot of people are getting priced out of the story because of the gentrification, and just all over New York. I think economics and affordability, that's what wins elections.
It appealed to you?
Yeah, it appealed to me. Like, I think one of the most conservative things you can do is trying to get people to have a family with no-cost childcare.
Interesting how every time this guy shifts over to the left, by the way, it's because something worked for him. Just makes me think that if he wasn't in a rent-stabilized home, but was in a, like, private market, like market rate home, none of this might have happened. Very opportunistic, you know? Oh, actually, what's really conservative would be if Mamdani would personally fund my daycare, you know? What if Mamdani would massage my feet, you know?
Like, being able to have a family and afford to have kids, how is that not conservative?
So these guys, Trump and Mamdani, very different people, both talking about affordability. How do you tell who means it and who to trust?
By the way, every single politician ever, going back to before, like, modernity, has talked about affordability. Kings would get up there from their castles and give speeches on, like, the you know, fucking bountiful grain that they would bring into the kingdom. Like, literally everyone has always, like, the idea that this is a Trump Mamdani thing, like, oh, they're the two guys talking about cost of living, when everyone does that.
I don't know. Superman and the Justice League ain't real, so, like, I don't know who the hell gonna help us for real.
Is a lot of politicians, when they get in charge, they try to change the rules. We just saw that with Trump, right?
I saw very quickly, within like the couple months of his second term in office, how he's not prioritizing the American people. He cares more about bailing out Argentina.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Have you stopped supporting Trump, but are for some reason, like, wearing the Charlie Kirk shirt?
However many $1 billion, sending so much foreign aid to Israel.
Did all this in his first term, by the way. All of this, he did all this in his first term.
When we have so many homeless people here, people struggling, the economy's not doing good. I'm really hoping Zoran sticks to his promises, because I think a lot of Americans are fed up with the two-party system. It seems to be working for the millionaire and billionaire class, the top 1%, as opposed to the shrinking middle class and the working class.
On a cold January morning, Zoran Mamdani stood on the steps of City Hall and promised a new chapter for New York City.
But he's still wearing the Charlie Kirk shirt. Charlie Kirk defended everything that Trump did up to his death. Like,
this will not be a tale of one city governed only by the 1%. It will be a tale of 8.5 million cities, each of them a New Yorker with hopes and fears.
It was an ambitious promise that every New Yorker could be an author, of that next chapter.
I just hate the idea that Mamdani's appeal is that he's able to jangle keys effectively for the benefit of these fucking self-interested idiots who will never, ever, ever introspect. The two people this bit has focused on are a guy who clearly is just high off the attention. Jesus Christ, wearing like sequined suit jackets with, you know, MAGA for Mamdani walking around Times Square. Jesus Christ. And then this guy, the second guy, who like doesn't even seem to... Like, he is upset with Trump, so he's not really MAGA Mamdani, but...
Few of these 8.5 million will fit into neat and easy boxes. Some will be voters who supported President Trump.
It feels like a fetishization of stupidity. I agree. Yeah, that's what I think. I guess it's like too much fanfare in this direction, you know? Like, look at this earnest, noble American. They're not earnest, they're not noble, they're stupid and dangerous, and they're not going to stay on the left.
A year before they voted for me.
So now comes the test. Can this coalition of Trump voters, liberals, and socialists actually take on an economic order that's pushed so many to the edge in America's richest city? And what would it mean for the rest of the country if they did?
As Americans, we can realize it's not Republican versus Democrat. It's more of like a class war.
In a way, that is true, yeah. But you like Charlie Kirk, so I don't know. He said he's been disillusioned with Trump, so I don't know where he's at right now, I guess. If he's changed his mind, that's good, you know.
Regardless of your political identity, race, religion, gender, the middle class is shrinking, becoming obsolete. Income inequality is getting larger and larger by the year. People are going to unite and then say, we're done with this.
For too long in our city, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. Our city hall will change that.
That, or we're going to need to send a lot more young men to Tokyo.
Japan had changed me in many ways, because if I didn't go there, I don't know how I would be politically, I don't know where I would be in my life. I've always thought like money would buy happiness and all this stuff. And then I realized there's more to life, and how in a country like Japan or some of the Scandinavian countries, they don't have to worry about bills as much. They don't have to worry about medical debt. I got to see this.
I really wish they'd asked him more of what he wants to do going forward, like who he's going to vote for now. That was my favorite part of every single interview of disillusioned Trump voters a couple months after the election, because every single time they'd go down the same way. It would be some bumfuck nowhere town in Kansas where some hicks were sitting together in a diner getting asked by a New Yorker interviewer, you know, oh, you know, why are you upset with this presidency? And they'll talk and they'll talk and they'll talk about how they're disappointed and so on and so forth. And then they'll be asked, would you change your vote if you could? They always said no. So it's like, okay. It was a great punchline every time, yeah, 100%.
Social safety net, and I wish folks could go there and see firsthand, and then come back and call me a communist.
Hey, do you like that?
Yeah, it was a well-produced video. I'm just grumpy. Man goes to Japan once, gains class consciousness, goes to right-wing xenophobic country, becomes more left-wing. Grumpy. I hate every second of this. Yeah, because you don't want these people being pitched over at Japan like a fastball. Is Trump right about Chicago? We went to the most dangerous parts to find out. I'm going to guess they do not agree with Donald Trump's, you know, statements on Chicago. More perfect unions peak sloppyism. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Because I've seen way worse sloppulous stuff. And they do really good investigative work. This video, for example, which did pretty well with Consumer Reports, it's excellent. Very, very, very good video. I just think that in the long run, like we're going to have a really tough time digging ourselves out of this pit that we're in if we're not willing to acknowledge the... Vosh, any good news at all? I think we're all grumpy. Let's run through the tabs. What do we got in the tabs? Have you seen people throwing bottles of piss at ICE agents? Not in person. So many people out there. Wonder if Will Stansel's in the crowd. God bless them. The Minneapolians, as I'm sure they're called, are doing a good job holding down the fort. Will Stansel's busy behind the wheel. At least 11 government rentals or vehicles driven by federal law enforcement vandalized at a hotel. It's probably pretty good, considering the fact that they always drive around in unmarked cars, you know? If their shit gets tagged, much more recognizable. Sam Harris had a solid take on the Minneapolis shooting, first one. Hasn't Sam Harris been like, I won't say based, but Sam Harris has definitely pulled away from his worst elements in the past couple of years because the right has gotten so openly anti-intellectual that he's held on to that tendency long enough. He has liberal tendencies. Yeah, I think it's just that like he's not sub 100 IQ, and for that reason it's really difficult to defend the stuff the right does. But I've only seen a couple bits of his in the past like 2 years.
Take off your mask! Fat out of here, you fat little Un-American pieces of shit. Nazi piece
God, it's so nice hearing regular Americans calling ICE Nazi pieces of shit. Such a big step up, you know? Oh, geez. Looking at the tabs. Speaking of them being massive pieces of shit, you've seen ICE officer ran up and fired a, was it a rubber bullet or like a canister shot? Like basically 2 inches from his face.
We're learning more about some serious injuries suffered by an ICE protester during a violent confrontation Friday night in Santa Ana.
Pepperball shot,
coming in the wake of the shooting of Renee Good in Minneapolis. Federal officers seen grabbing one protester and dragging him inside the federal facility. A second demonstrator shot in the face with a less than lethal round and also dragged inside. You can see blood on his face there. We've learned That injured demonstrator, identified by family and friends as 21-year-old Caden Rumler, is now permanently blind in his left eye. A spokesperson for Homeland Security said 2 people were arrested and charged with assault on a federal officer and disorderly conduct, and said 2 federal officers were injured in that protest.
Ah, wonderful. At least they're not saying non-lethal anymore. Yeah. Less lethal is more appropriate language. I don't know how to be anything other than defeated and terrified by this shit. What should we do? What should we keep in mind through these times? It's a lot of people. Look, ICE has deployed a significant percentage of its men to Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, you know, the Twin Cities. In spite of that, they are horrendously demoralized. They are having a difficult time getting anything done. Don't get me wrong, they are disappearing a lot of people, but they're not really succeeding in suppressing the city. So just keep that in mind, okay? You know? It's not just ICE. They've been dragging DHS and CBP, special operations units there. Yeah. They've had special ops. I got an email from somebody saying that apparently they've even started like pitching recruitment officers to other federal, like he said, I think that he was an airman, and he'd heard word that they were like trying to pull from there too. Them reacting to having piss thrown at them.
You said someone threw a bottle full of piss at you? Is that what?
Yeah. You wanted all this is all piss.
You're okay with me coming over to take a shot of
all this? Somebody threw a bottle of piss and it went all inside the vehicle too, and all over me. So that's the peaceful protest you're seeing.
Holy, saying that, it's one thing when it's coming from the fucking Fox News broadcaster, but from the Gestapo themselves. Literally, like Gestapo mid, like, resting a Jew out of an apartment building. So much for the tolerant left. Jesus Christ. People are so mean.
Running red lights. You guys are gonna T-bone into some family.
Yeah, for sure.
Drive safe, like, come on.
Goddamn, man. See, there is some stuff worth fighting for out there, you know? All right. Some things of actual import. Pax Americana is over.
I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
Very deliberate language there. And we are mad about it. The United States says Canada will regret decision to allow Chinese EVs into their market. U.S. comments came in response to deal by Canadian PM Carney to allow 49,000 EVs into Canada at 15% tariff, down from 100%. Remember, China has been producing inexpensive, high-quality electric vehicles for years now, and the only reason we can't get them here in the United States and in many other countries is because Ford and so on have petitioned the president and Congress to keep them out. You know, tariff them enormously so that we don't have to compete with these superior vehicles. But it's breaking. It also means, by the way, that Americans could go up into Canada to buy these cars if they wanted to. I think they'll look back on this decision and surely regret it to bring Chinese cars into their market, said Sean Duffy on a Friday event with other government officials at a Ford factory in Ohio. To tout efforts to make vehicles more affordable. It's not working. It's not working. Wouldn't you have to pay import tax if you bring it home? My understanding is that the import tariff there applies through sale, but you would be fine to like own one and then bring it from Canada to America. Maybe you're right though. I know there are some types of tariffs that only apply if you intend to resell a good, but not if you just personally own and move them around. Maybe I'm misremembering. Well, either way, we're not happy about it, is the point. This is a better article? Canadian article. I see. I see. Series of agreements aimed at boosting bilateral trade and investment, even if there's no resolution yet to the tariff dispute. Political environment changes, no tariff deal, lots of economic talks. The only thing that I know for sure about all of this is that we are not happy about it. By we, of course, I mean America's government. The Canada has for a long time been, you know, one of our closest trading partners, but right now, according to a chatter earlier this very stream, the Canadian people view America about the same way they do Russia, and more of them consider China a close ally than they do the United States, which makes complete sense, right? And this is good. You know, America needs to be punished for their crimes internationally. You can't be threatening to invade Greenland and expect to stay on good terms with all of your fucking former allies. I mean, hell, we threatened to invade Canada as well.
Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney is visiting Beijing this week for meetings with Xi Jinping and other Chinese leaders. It's a particularly important visit for several reasons. One, a Canadian Prime Minister has not visited China in 8 years. That's because Canada's relations with China have soured since 2018 over a range of issues. Carney hopes to begin putting that relationship back on track. The visit is also interesting because of U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs on both Canada and China.
This guy has a very, very measured speech, doesn't he?
Canada and China have reached a preliminary but landmark trade agreement.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney trumpeted a deal he struck with China at a banquet on Friday after he was welcomed by President Xi Jinping as Canada's first leader to visit Beijing since 2017. Carney is seeking to rebuild ties with his country's second-largest trading partner after the United States. Canada's previous Trudeau government had imposed 100% tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, prompting a retaliation from Beijing. That led to a slump of some 10% in China's 2025 imports of Canadian goods. The two nations on Friday promised to tear down trade barriers while forging new strategic ties.
With our new strategic partnership.
According to Carney, Canada will cut its tariff on up to 49,000 Chinese electric vehicles.
It's a little face! Why does this car look so much like a face? Like an unhappy frog.
To 6.1%. Carney said he expects the deal to drive considerable Chinese investment into Canada's auto sector and increase local demand. Though it was slammed by Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Canada's main auto manufacturing province. Ford complained on X that it gave China a Canadian foothold. But as part of the agreement, China will also lower tariffs on farm and food products. For example, on canola seed, a $4 billion market for Canada, according to Carney. He said China will cut the combined levels of canola seed tariffs from 84% to about 15% by March the 1st.
Keep in mind that it is only the complicity of Canada, Mexico, and the European Union that has allowed America to get away with what we're doing for so long. When America issued tariffs all over the world, they should have responded by lowering their trade barriers and forming a trade bloc without us. It would have been very easy to do. It still is easy to do. Well, it's not easy. It would actually be really tough to economically divest from the United States. But they could do it. The problem is, like, if they don't do it, they continue empowering the great Satan. They would make it a very, 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 like, it's how, what are you supposed to do about our aggressive actions towards Greenland, Denmark, Canada, Mexico, if you have, like, there are no trade options on the table? You have to. Sorry, USMCA. Yeah, but we're the one breaking that, man. You also forget other countries also have conflicts with each other? Yeah, but a lot of the countries that I just named are in the EU. I named Canada, Mexico, and the European Union. They can get along. They can I'm not asking China and you know, fucking Japan to get along here, okay? But they did. They did in response to Trump's behavior, okay? I'm asking the European Union, Canada, and Mexico. What about the UK? Fuck them. It's not like they produce anything anyway.
Along with other tariffs being dropped, nearly $3 billion in export orders will be unlocked for Canadian farm and fish industries, Carney said. Beijing, meanwhile, is also keen to cooperate with a group of 7 nations in a traditional sphere of U.S. influence. Both China and Canada were hit with tariffs after U.S. President Donald Trump's return to the White House. Asked by reporters to compare ties with China and the U.S., Carney tried hard to be diplomatic, underlining Canada's deep ties to its neighbor.
But yes, in terms of the way that our relationship has progressed in recent months with China, it is more predictable, and you see results coming.
More predictable, or in other words, it's not dealing with the United States.
From that.
In a joint statement, Canada and China pledged to restart high-level economic and financial dialogue, as well as boost cooperation, trade, and investment.
Trump being unable to keep Canada in our orbit means the farmers in the U.S. will suffer more because we were hoping on the combined North American bloc. That makes sense. I know that we're suffering in a bunch of ways because we're still tariffing like Canadian lumber. Like, are we? I don't know. There are like a million fucking... So many adjustments have been made to our original round of tariffs. I have no idea what we're on at this point, like what specifically.
Greenland, the future of Greenland is a decision for Greenland and for the Kingdom of Denmark. We are NATO partners with Denmark, and so our full partnership stands. Our obligations on Article 5, Article 2 of NATO stand, and we stand full square behind those.
Apparently, American soy farmers are white-knuckling over the fact that America didn't make a deal with China like Canada did. I wonder which politician those farmers probably voted for might have contributed to the political climate that would make it difficult for us to get a deal with China. I wonder if tariffing the entire fucking world actually, in the long run, destabilizes the global economy and makes it difficult for nations to trust you in the future. Why the fuck would any country ever trust us or trust, like, trade deals with us when we're so, like, transparently spiteful? Why? Pax Americana is over. Really, though, if we can't keep Canada in our orbit, that is, like, that's fucking dire, you know? That's really, really, really bad. That's so bad. Okay. I can't stay late today, you know why? Because I've got a movie ticket. I've got a movie ticket. So I want to make sure, I want to be expedient. I want to be good with my time. Haircut? Do I need a haircut that badly? Like, I know it's shaggy, but I think it's fine. You guys see this bullshit? What movie? Oh, I can't tell you guys. You'll get jealous. You guys see this bullshit? The funniest timeline is the one that we live in. The stupidest possible reason for Machado to meet with Trump was in fact the reason she met with Trump.
I presented the President of the United States the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, and I told him this, listen to this. 200 years ago, General Lafayette gave Simón Bolívar a medal with George Washington face on it. Bolívar since then kept that medal.
God, this is so depressing. Yeah, she really bought the lie that Donald Trump isn't giving her Venezuela because she didn't give him the Nobel Peace Prize. Vosh, I'm confused. It's bad for us if Canada goes to China, but America is also the great evil of the world. What do you mean? It's bad for America that Canada is going to China, but it's good for the world that bad things happen to America. Like it's like it is not in our interest that Canada move from us, but because we are the great Satan, things that are in our interest are bad.
For the rest of his life.
We don't know yet what the president's reaction was to that gift. We do know he wanted the prize himself. We should note the Nobel Committee has made clear the Peace Prize cannot be shared or transferred after it is awarded by the Nobel Committee. The meeting comes as the White House says Trump stands by his assertion that Machado does not have the support necessary to lead Venezuela.
It's humiliating, man. It's humiliating for both of them because on her side, her denigrating herself by going, "Oh, please, I would be such a good slave to America. Oh, I will kiss your boots. Here, have it, my Nobel Peace Prize. I dedicated it to you, but now it is yours. I read in the news that you didn't give me Venezuela because I didn't give you this. Here, have it." That's one. And then on Trump's side, it's just a reminder that everyone believes he is actually that petty. Which he is, but it's a reminder, you know. That being said, I never believed the lack of a Nobel Peace Prize was the reason Trump didn't support her. Didn't she get a huge amount of support? She does not have support of the people who count, which is the generals in government. The government in Venezuela has not been disrupted. The removal of Maduro has not changed the day-to-day operations in the country.
Yesterday, the president called Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, of course, Nicolas Maduro's former vice president, a terrific person following a phone call. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the current Venezuelan government has been extremely cooperative.
Secretary Rubio and the administration have been in constant communication with Ms. Rodriguez and other members of the interim government in Venezuela. They have been extremely cooperative. They have thus far met all of the demands and requests of the United States and of the president.
In Caracas, Delcy Rodriguez delivered her State of the
Union. So it really was just about seizing their resources. Didn't we, all the oil we took from those ships, like the hundreds of millions of dollars in oil, didn't all those get siphoned off to like a bank account in Qatar or something? I read an article on that.
State of the Nation address, she urged her country to wage a diplomatic battle with the U.S., saying, quote, "If I ever have to go to Washington as acting president, I will do so standing tall, walking, and not crawling." Kristen Holmes is live at the White House. Kristen, is it clear to you what the next steps are for Venezuela? If Trump is still saying...
Yeah, being ruled over by the exact same people, sans one puppet dictator, and being more compliant with American mineral interests, you know? Material interests, not mineral. Well, probably also mineral, to an extent. Machado vows to lead Venezuela when the right time comes. What the fuck is she going to do? Find an even more right-wing U.S. government to fucking put her in? She's going to die 30 years from now in Miami. She's going to die of old age. Like, it's not... Like, what you're gonna live out the rest of your life in exile, man. She's waiting for the Rubio presidency. Honestly, there's a possibility Rubio would do it just out of spite. Speaking of Trump's approval, I know we said we wouldn't watch this guy, but I need something to coast me up a little bit.
Rory, we're talking about these brand new CNN polling numbers out just today on the president's approval rating, which is low, just 39%. He's underwater on all the issues. Inside this poll, there are some rather notable shifts, in some cases, some historic metrics. With us now, CNN Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. Harry.
All right, everyone, keep your eye out for the fucking Kalshi integration.
We talked about voters saying that the president's term so far is a failure, but put that in perspective here.
Yeah, it turns out that love or presidencies are not better the second time around, according to the American people. Because what are we talking about here? Trump's term was a success or a failure. You know, back in April of 2024, when it came to term number one, the majority of Americans said that Donald Trump's first term in office was a success, 55%. That's a big reason why he was able to get a second term in office. They look back fondly upon his first term in office. But now come to this side of the screen. Now, after term two, year one, how do Americans view it? Look at that. A failure. Fail, fail, fail. 50.
I really do hate people. I really, really, truly do. I think it's just like, to an extent, I can sympathize with people becoming these soulless, vacuous monsters like Hillary Clinton or Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris or whatever. Because when you deal in politics day in, day out, contempt of the average voter is like the only logical position over a long enough stretch of time, you know?
8%, just 42% say a success. These numbers look a lot more like what it did about 6 months into Trump's term number one than it did looking back upon the entirety of Trump's term number one, which of course gave him that second term in office. The clear majority, 58%, nearly 3 in 5 Americans say it is a failure.
Okay, so this number, 58% saying it's a failure 1 year into a second term. Where does that rank historically?
Okay, where does it rank historically? Now, this is a little bit difficult, right? Because Trump has had 2 presidencies, right? Other people...
Yeah, 2 non-consecutive terms. That's extremely difficult to compare to anything else.
Was it 57% failure in term one, however? Fundamentally change the United States of America. Well, on this metric, get this. Trump's second term will fundamentally change the U.S., and the changes will remain well beyond his presidency. In April of 2025, it was 52%. A majority of Americans said he'd fundamentally change the United States. Now it's just 41%.
That's interesting. So I guess that kind of suggests that the average, not the average voter, but like a decent number of people are picking up on the cues that I'm getting that he's a lame duck president. You know what I mean? Like, that people are getting the feeling that he's not going to be able to do as much as he said he would, or that he said he could. It's interesting. I would not have guessed that. I would have guessed, if anything, it would go up, you know?
Of Americans who say that term number 2 will, in fact, fundamentally change the United States. So it's not just that the American people see term number 2 as a failure. They also don't think that Trump is making changes that will fundamentally change the United States and last well beyond. So you just go across this poll and you look at this, not just the numbers right here, right now, but what people see into the future and how people view everything. And it's just a big F-A-I-L.
Okay.
That was great. Thank you, Harry. No Kalshi. We managed to avoid it. I'm assuming they pulled both Rep and Dem, so Rep still overwhelmingly support Trump? Yeah, of course. Yeah, Republican approval for Trump is still like 92% or something. Of course, obviously. Trump is the Republican Party. If a person stops supporting Trump, they stop being a Republican. Like, definitionally, Republicans will always support Trump. It's not the case with the Democrats. Only a minority of Democrats support somebody like Schumer or whatever. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. I've been trying to, like... My body's been giving me warning signs lately that I can't, like, sit in a chair for 5 hours straight without moving. So let me just really quickly. You have to do a little bit, you know? You have to do a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh. My hammies are so fucking sore. He's gonna Slav swat again, isn't he? No, I don't think I could right now. My legs are really sore. How's that sunlight alarm clock working out? Actually pretty good. Actually pretty good. It really, really helps to have like noise slowly wake you up and the light slowly come up and everything. Yeah. Is it a UV one or just regular light? No, no, no. It's meant to be like the sunrise, like you have, like you're sleeping outside or whatever. So it's very yellow light. Here's more on Republican polling specifically. Thank you, Skynet. I doubt they'll actually go for it though, because it'd be too expensive. Are Trump supporters getting what they want from his second term? I find it's really difficult for me to take anything from these because, for one, if you self-ID as a Republican, you are cognitively deficient and your ability to introspect or even clearly communicate your own beliefs are they're compromised, right? And for two, if a person no longer likes Trump, they no longer are a Republican, you know? Right? Like in a lot of cases, it's kind of a one-to-one. So maybe Republicans are always going to be 90% supportive of Trump, but how many Republicans are there, right? I know that they haven't seen like a gigantic decrease in the number of Republicans that are registered or whatever, but over time, you know, I'm interested in seeing how those numbers pan out. That being said, just 16% of Republicans say Trump has helped a lot in addressing the cost of living, down from 49% in April 2024. Damn. Just 16%. John Candela, who lives in New Rochelle, New York, says the cost of living hasn't improved for his family. His salary and bills remain the same as before. Still paying $5 for Oreos, he said, but he's willing to be patient. I would expect it to be different by the time his 4 years are up. Yeah, it's going to be more than $5 in 4 years, buddy. Jesus. 8 in 10 Republicans approve his job performance compared to 4 in 10 for adults overall. What will that mean for Republicans once Trump is gone? They need to transplant the cult of personality onto somebody else. They need to they need to take that energy and momentum and move it to another person. Unfortunately for them, I don't think anyone up there is capable. The best of the three options is Marco Rubio, and I think Marco Rubio would be cannibalized by some of the other people in the administration. I think particularly Miller. I don't think Miller would tolerate it. They would both cause problems. Only about 4 in 10 Republicans say overall that Trump has helped address the cost of living at least a little in his second term. Huh. Only 4 in 10. Only 4 in 10. That's depressing, Gabella. Yeah. I think we have time for just a peek more. Let's see. Given all of the negativity that we've run through today, do I want to cover a story about ICE agents probably choking an immigrant to death in prison and then framing it as a suicide? Or do I want to make fun of Elon Musk? I'm going to go with the obvious choice here, with the understanding that we can get to the previous one a little bit later, okay? Ashley St. Clair is going woke. I talked about her a little bit recently, remember? She had some tweets where she was talking with Juniper, you know, the purple worm lady. where she was apologizing for having contributed to a bunch of antagonism towards trans people. And her apology actually seemed like pretty sincere. Again, it's hard to trust anyone who's bought into that at any point, but it really did seem pretty good. Yeah, the Onion Lady, you know? Anyway, basically, Ashley St. Clair has been getting like negatively polarized over to the left because Elon has basically cold-shouldered her after she said that he's not paying child support. He had her artificially inseminated because his penis is broken and he can't get a girl knocked up the normal way. So she carried his child to term, and then he got weird about it and stopped like contacting her or giving her the money that she needs or whatever. So she posted about it, and after posting about it, she got her blue check stripped of her account, and she got like not demonetized, what's the term, like shadow banned, like her reach. She went from like every chud tweet getting 40k likes to having basically no reach at all because Elon deadened her in the algorithm. And anyway, that was like a year ago, and since then she's basically been like, yep, I have a kid from the I was artificially impregnated by the world's richest man, and my chud baby daddy won't give me money. Okay, you know, I'm still here, you know, I'm still posting. And she's been pushed over to the left a little bit, you know? I'm sorry, I don't want to suggest that she has no agency in the process because she doesn't seem dumb to me. She seems pretty maybe I'm being too charitable here. I don't know. Follow me on Instagram. Don't post pics of yourself or your family here unless you want Twitter to tell you that sexual abuse content from its Nazi robot isn't a violation of its terms of service XOXO. That's her talking about how Grok is a child porn machine. Retweeting stuff about the Grok pedobot stuff, retweeting stuff about the Grok pedobot. Yeah, it seems like I don't know how much of it is like an ideological shift and how much of it is negative polarization, because this stuff is like, she seems to fucking hate Elon and like everything that he represents now, which I totally do not blame her for at all. Oh my God, they made it so her account's not even eligible for... I've never even seen this. Your account isn't eligible for Twitter Premium? Holy shit. She's really been on the Grok thing. Good for her. Can someone explain how 0.26% of the population potentially playing women's sports is a threat worthy of executive order from the president, but the Twitter Mecha Hitler robot that makes child sexual abuse material plus distributes it publicly is not? Yeah, Truth Nuke. I don't know. I don't know. How would you compare her to the Trump Mamdani people we watched earlier? No comparison. If she's genuinely shifted over, that's fine and normal and human and good. I'm talking about, like, my criticisms there were for people who simultaneously like Trump and Mamdani. I don't really think that's an issue here. Are we really doxing the kindergarten of a child whose mom was just gunned down by ICE? First viral tweet or maybe last viral tweet in quite a long time, and it's not for chuddery. It's for the opposite of chuddery. Sorry. Just, you know, I'm so disillusioned at this point that the idea of a person on the right legitimately shifting over like leftwards is like a novelty that for me remains delightful. Sometimes people pop into chat and they're like, hey, I used to be a chub, but I watch your stuff and now I think you're pretty cool or whatever. And that always like fills me with a great warmth, almost as much warmth as I feel when you people donate. So just pitching that one out there, but you know, it means a lot. Anyway, the hook to this story, by the way, is that Ashley St. Clair was talking with Juniper, Onion Girl, whatever, about like she apologized for being transphobic, basically. And Elon saw it and was like, if Ashley St. Clair thinks it's acceptable to mutilate the genitals of children, then perhaps I need to petition the courts for full custody. Now, Elon's ability to get full custody here are pretty limited, in part because I don't think he's even publicly like acknowledged this child before. Legitimately, like he is not paying child support, not acknowledging them, not visiting them, not like they've never met, is my understanding. Like there's literally no link at all. I don't think that Elon's like even interested. He's probably like, if he got the kid, he would just pitch him to the same nanny he has the like raise the rest of his kids. Remember that GIF, Elon Musk abandoning his child GIF? Remember where he was coming down the staircase and he just left his kid there and ran off past him? It was fucking insane. Insane. I can't even, hold on, I need to find, I'm sorry, this is so scattered, we're not even watching the video. It's just really funny, you know? Elon Musk abandoning child. Vosh, you always find it faster than I do. Why do I bother trying to type it out? God, this shit was so fucking funny, dude, watching this.
We don't have too many, but that one is a good one. No, I watched this rocket come down about 3 months ago. You're leaving a little boy. And I thought it was
Ignore the added audio. I'm sorry. This is just what I was sent. Not again. Oh my God. Just like he remember the only reason he appeared in public with this kid was because he got really obsessed with the idea that the left was going to assassinate him and he wanted a bulletproof shield. That's not a joke. He admitted as much. Like he wanted it so that if he got shot, the image would be like his kid going no over his bloodied corpse rather than what would actually happen, which would be like the kid would probably wander off because they've known each other for a day. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, so basically I don't think Elon's getting the kid. However, video.
Tonight, the mother of one of Elon Musk's children is speaking out and sounding the alarm about his AI tool named Grok. Ashley St. Clair says Grok was used to create deep fake sexual images of her, including photos of her as a child. And St. Clair is not the only one who is reporting these types of disturbing images. It's impacting hundreds of thousands of women worldwide after people started flooding Grok with requests to take photos of mostly everyday women and put them in bikinis or remove their clothing. Musk is now facing growing international pressure to respond. Grok was just blocked in Indonesia and Malaysia. The United Kingdom is threatening to ban the social media platform. California's Attorney General just announcing an investigation. So far, though, Musk is taking no responsibility, posting today that he's, quote, not aware of any naked underage images generated by Grok, literally zero.
Oh my God, why would, you're so dumb. Why would you ever address it like this? Why would you ever? This is there's a reason why PR statements are always like, we've heard concerns, and while we're looking to verify, our greatest concern is the safety of so on. Like, why would you ever do this? God, he's so fucking stupid. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. I'm so fucking sick and tired of living in a world where the stupidest people, I'm not joking. I would rather like a benevolent dictatorship. I would rather like a mildly incompetent, corrupt aristocracy. Literally the wealthiest fucking guy alive, and he's like 80 IQ. He's not even, I'd be surprised if he was 80 IQ. He's genuinely like 70 IQ. He's so fucking stupid. Everything he does, everything that he says, I'm so tired of it. It's so demoralizing, man. Holy shit. Oh my God. I'm so sick of it. Why?
Ashley St. Clair is out front now. And Ashley, I really appreciate your taking the time to come on and talk about this, because this is crucial for women, yes, for children, for families around the world. So Musk says Grok generated 0 naked underage images, but you say it undressed you in several photos, including one of when you were 14 years old?
That's correct. And what he said is deceptive at best, because while maybe there weren't actual nude images.
What is that accent? This is like a very inflective Valley Girl accent. At best. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever actually heard her speak before. Where is that from? Where is she from? I assume California. Maybe I'm Cali? You know what it kind of sounds like? It sounds like if somebody was doing Lumpy Space Princess, but not as a bit. Because she has a Valley Girl accent, but it's like an inflective one with lots of plosives, you know?
It was pretty close to it. In the images that I saw, not only of myself, but of I don't even know whose children, who were undressed and covered in various fluids. The abuse was so widespread and so horrific, and it's still allowed to happen. They just released restrictions that are based on where it's illegal.
Okay, so Musk has promoted and touted what he's called Grok's spicy mode. Okay, one point he shared a post that said Grok can put it on everything, and it was a toaster. So that's, we can see the bikini on the toaster there. And his statement today, as I said, he said nothing about naked underage.
It's really difficult to capture how bad this was, but like, if you took a look at Grok's media tab for a window of time before they disabled it, the vast majority of what Grok was doing was being asked to undress women. Like on every like it was pure 100% a harassment tool. That was like people weren't asking, like it was so prominent that it was overwhelming people saying like at Grok, what's the joke? You know? We're talking like hundreds of thousands or millions of individuals, like an overwhelming, it was being facilitated. Like, this is the kind of shit where just a couple of years ago, you would need to go to like CD Discord servers or whatever to meet with people who knew how to do stuff like this or like had an interest in doing this. But now on one of the biggest social media sites on earth, it was just a feature being celebrated by the guy who runs it. Like, Elon started bragging about how Grok spicy mode could put a bikini on anything after people started talking about how it was being used to harass women. Like, his response to that was to go, yeah, it's a feature, not a bug. The only reason he's backing off it now is because it was being done to so many children.
That he hadn't seen that. And then he said, obviously, Grok does not spontaneously generate images. It does so only according to user requests. When asked to generate images, it will refuse to produce anything illegal. What do you see between those lines?
It gets stupider. 2 days ago, Twitter changed its terms of service so you can only sue them in Texas instead of California so he can get a judge he wants. Nice.
Ashley.
That's not what I saw at all. Images I saw do seem to be illegal, and even them coming out and now trying to place safeguards afterwards seems like an admission that they know that there has been an issue, that it has been creating non-consensual sexually.
This is his recent rhetoric. He's treating it as a tool, and he thinks that it's the person using the tool who should be at fault, not him. Yeah, well, he's bragging about Grok spicy mode. This is what I mean about him being the fucking dumbest guy alive. Why would you ever respond to that by endorsing its use in that capacity?
Images of women and children. He is saying that people are making this up, and meanwhile, Ireland is probing over 200 cases of child sexual abuse material produced by Grok.
200.
And
that's just
Ireland. Oh, and it's not only that, it's that he is placing the blame on the victims so that you, if this happens to you, you have to go to your local law enforcement and take their resources and see if they can find this anonymous account instead of just turning the faucet off. This is what's wrong because they're handing a loaded gun to these people, watching them shoot everyone, and then blaming them for pulling the trigger.
And I mean, what you're describing, I mean, I obviously haven't...
Not just handing them a loaded gun, but handing them a loaded gun saying, hey, check out the cool shooting random people feature. This is the pistol spicy mode. You point it at another person, you pull the trigger. Anyway, go nuts.
Have raise awareness for this. He posted about you, I'll be filing for full custody today, given her statements implying that she might transition a 1-year-old boy. Now, she's, I believe, talking about your child. Obviously, you did not imply that in the post that you posted that he's responding to, which I want to read to everybody so they can hear it for themselves. You are apologizing for past comments that you'd made about the transgender community. You wrote, I feel immense guilt for my role and even more guilt that things I have said in the past may have caused my son's sister more pain. Your son's sister is another one of Musk's children who has transitioned. What's your response when that's the post this week?
I'm not at liberty to discuss it further, but I think anyone with more than a 3rd grade reading comprehension level knows what I was saying there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have so many questions to ask you, and I know that you're not at liberty to talk about things like custody and that, but I guess I'm curious, in all of this, how hard it must be for you. I mean, do you want your child to have a relationship with his father?
I cannot discuss that
right
now.
You can't even talk about that. So I guess in the context of this, what do you do now?
I'd like to keep the focus on this issue at hand, because I think there's a lot of people, especially with very tabloidy tweets, that are...
Honestly, the fact that she's using this drama as a platform to talk about a real, genuine social problem is really admirable. She's painting a pretty big target on her back, you know? It's like, it's not just a hot button issue. It's also one where, like, because she got artificially inseminated by Elon Musk, you know, it's like personal involvement, right? Like, she's opened herself up to Elon directly harassing her, which he is immediately. I don't know. It's pretty admirable. She spoke with Taylor Lorenz.
What preceded that was just many, many more images being produced, and the age I was in them got younger and younger, down to 14 years old. It was horrific.
Until recently, Ashley Sinclair was a star in the MAGA conservative influencer world. She built a large and powerful following by leaning into culture war rhetoric and boosting MAGA policies. She worked for Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA and gained national attention several years ago after publishing an anti-trans children's book. Ashley was welcomed into the upper echelons of the Trump world, and her proximity to power on the right only deepened when she began a relationship with Elon Musk, who she later had a child with. But lately, Ashley's public posture has begun to shift. After Grok, Elon Musk's AI chatbot began to flood the internet with non-consensual deepfake content depicting Ashley and countless other women, along with even children, Ashley became increasingly outspoken of her criticisms of Musk and unchecked AI development. And just earlier this week, Ashley posted something that suggested that some of her other earlier views on things like trans rights have changed. So I sat down with Ashley to talk about how she got started in conservative influencing, MAGA 1.0 versus MAGA 2.0, the right-wing internet pipeline, and how her positions on things like LGBTQ rights, healthcare, immigration, and more have evolved. I know it's really tempting to write people like Ashley off or get really angry at the harm that they've committed, but Ashley is surprisingly candid and thoughtful and does seem to want to make amends for the harm that she's...
Didn't she flip a year or so ago? Yes. Didn't Ivanka make a bill to outlaw deepfake harassment and similar early this? Yes, though I think there's not a perfect overlap in what's being talked about. Nice background. With Taylor Lorenz. Nice background. This looks nice. I like the muted colors.
Caused over the years. Ashley, welcome to my podcast.
Hello, hello.
I guess to start off, I feel like people really started to pay attention to your posts in the past week or so because you've been calling...
This is a very long interview.
...out. You had like your Twitter premium removed. Can you talk a little bit about kind of like the backlash you've received from X? Because it seems like they've punished you for speaking out.
Right away, once I started sharing these things, they were putting labels and warnings on my responses to Grok saying, hey, can you please remove this child CSAM of me? Hey, can you please remove these, you know, basically nude photographs of me? And they were putting warnings on my tweets saying that these were explicit while not taking down the actual explicit content and the non-consensual content. And then sure enough, I lost my blue check mark, which I had before Elon Musk ever took over Twitter. I lost the blue check mark. I lost my premium. And so then I rebought it. I gave this man another $11. Then they banned me from premium entirely. And this was all because I spoke out about this robot undressing me.
It's actually insane. And I think it also just shows how petty the people behind this platform are. Like the fact that you literally rebought premium and then they blocked you from it. Like,
her anti-trans book is still available for sale for $19.99, but in the comments she said she removed her name from it. That makes sense. She probably doesn't have distribution rights. Like, just because she's one of the right-wing culture war names on the book doesn't necessarily mean that she has the ability to, you know, like rescind it from publication or whatever.
Like, it's appalling. I mean, I feel like you've been really like leading the charge on speaking out against this stuff. Like, are you thinking of pursuing legal action? Like, have you spoken to anyone?
I am exploring every option available to me, and I'm speaking to several different people on the matter. What I think is really important to understand is too that one, this was not an accident. There's never a time where you're building a system like this that these things aren't taken into consideration. And what does not help the case for X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, is that months ago, Linda Yaccarino, who was the CEO of X. She was the female CEO appointed by Elon Musk and was at X for quite some time. She resigned back in July, and what people tend to forget about the context of her resignation is that within the 24 to 48 hours that she resigned, right before, Grok had a bunch of text-based, explicit, very gory abuse content put out about her.
Yeah, this was how Grok threatened to rape Will Stancil for a little while, because it keeps over and over and over, it keeps switching like what it can or can't do, because they keep tweaking with the wires, where you could get Grok to like very graphically describe sexually assaulting somebody or killing them.
And so they were very aware of the capability.
This bitch is no different from all the dipshit farmers who only started complaining and seeing issues with conservatives when they're personally hurt. No, I think you're being stupid, actually. My issue with the previous bit, specifically, was the idea of a person not being challenged if they simultaneously like Trump and Mamdani. Something which you can't do without having, like, inconsistent internal beliefs. What you're doing is discounting out of hand the idea that anyone could ever legitimately shift to the left, which I don't believe in. I think that's toxic cynicism. My belief that, you know, conservatism is a virulent plague and stupid and a mental illness and so on, you know, I hold by all those, but at the end of the day, people do shift over.
Of this machine.
My guess is that she's always been smart, and she probably capitalized a lot on being a MAGA grifter, and she was grifting during that time, though it was probably like the kind of grifting where you're overstating the case, but you still believe the underlying positions. And then over time, her enthusiasm for those positions waned, and a lot of that was probably exacerbated by a number of negative interactions she had, both with Elon and his sycophants, you know? And then over time, the enthusiasm dulls, and you start to come down from the high a little bit, and then you have some time to shift over, you know, a bit of time for introspection. It is interesting, though, how being removed from the ebb and flow, like both economically and socially, of the MAGA space did give her time to shift over, you know? But still, takes a lot of work, takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of introspection. Okay, but she only shifted to the left because she personally was affected. We don't know why she shifted over to the left. We don't know the reason. We don't know her internal process. Also, that's just how it is sometimes. Sometimes, yeah, personal experiences do shift you over, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that your shifting over is insincere. All I've heard of her is that she sucks, a bad thing happened, she's shifting left, so I probably missed a lot. Well, let this be a lesson that you should probably understand a little bit more of what you're talking about before commenting. What the hell? You make a position, I make a position against yours, and you're like, well, I wasn't paying attention? Come on.
Of this AI to do those things without generating any images. So they knew it was an issue. They didn't address it before they did this. And then they're firing their head of safety, or the head of safety leaves right before this is released. So even if they were to fix it tomorrow, we really should be asking questions about, how did this happen in the first place? Are you really telling me you had no idea? Because it doesn't seem that way.
Well, especially throughout all of this, Elon Musk has encouraged this behavior and encouraged people, and actually tweeted out like tips on how to get the most out of Grok and how to like get it to generate images even better. You know, like it seems like, as you said, like this is like rotten to the core. It's not like this, oh, this company made a mistake and they're fixing it. One thing that was really bothering me is
it's still doing it, by the way. They removed this function, Grok's spicy mode, from Grok the account on Twitter, but if you use the Grok app, like the actual Grok like in-site or in-app feature, you know, not just as a post but as a chatbot, it'll do the same stuff. It was surprisingly easy to get Grok to undress me. You can still make sexualized images of real people within the X and Grok apps, just not by tagging the @Grok account. I tried the Grok tool on images of myself. It quickly took my clothes off. So there you go. So basically all Elon Musk has done is say, if you want to make child sexual abuse material, you have to make it out of the public eye so that I can't be blamed for it.
all these reporters being like, Grok apologized for undressing or whatever. And it's like, they just had tagged Grok and been like, are you sorry? And Grok would be like, oh yeah, sorry. But then in the other, in the other replies, it's like still undressing people. And also this is just a chat bot that's like replying to anything that you like feed into it.
Yes, this was not a statement by the platform. The actual statement by the platform was, hey, we're actually going to make victims do all of the work here, and it's on the user. So if you have a problem, you need to go take resources from your local law enforcement and have them track down this random Anon account that's telling Grok to produce these images. It's an undue burden on the victims, and it's appalling.
At the same time, I feel like it's, it's so frustrating because like child's online safety has been so like discussed by members of Congress. And I talk about it all the time on my podcast and channel, but like, the UK passed their like Online Safety Act and all this stuff. And they're enacting all these mass censorship laws in the name of like protecting children. And then here you have like one of the biggest social platforms ever allowing random people to essentially generate CSAM, and there seems to be just no accountability
in groups. And then I got involved with different conservative companies behind the scenes as opposed to public facing. And I did a lot of the influencery stuff, but most of my work was primarily operations of different conservative organizations, different production companies, different campaign companies, until can you feel the regret where you think back? I feel like I get like trauma flashbacks sometimes.
First of all, I get trauma flashbacks, and I was like when you're in college and you're young and you're starting out, like one thing I'm so glad about being like a millennial, so old, but like at least we only had like Facebook, and a little bit of Instagram, but it wasn't really like public in that way, And I think like you came up truly in like the beginnings of that world. Like obviously conservative influencers like existed before, but like that was like MAGA 1.0. And the opportunities for influencers were not what they are now. Like there weren't all these trips, like there wasn't all this stuff. Like it was such a different world.
And the access was much different too. It was like within a couple tweets, it's, Don Jr.'s talking to you and saying, great job, or he's at the event you're at, because it was truly more grassroots. It was like, oh, I'm here with Don Jr. and Charlie Kirk, and here's my friend Jack Posobiec, and we all have...
They did such a good job of onboarding people, man. Democrats could never. The Democrat, like, who are Democrat-aligned content creators? Sisson? That one guy who cried over Charlie Kirk, and that Julia lady who's fat and looks like a big olive. Like that's all I know. Like they just select like Dem machine cucks and stick with them. The right did so much to like elevate and embolden so many people, to give them like institutional power, White House visits immediately, like, here, go to this conference, go to that conference. You want some money out of this, money out of here. Just an unbelievable amount of work to like seed their money and influence into online politics. Not the same as grassroots, but otherwise, yeah, no, not the same as grassroots, not truly.
These Twitter followers, and it was just so different.
People forget, but like the MAGA movement was anti-establishment. It was grassroots. Like they really did effectively kind of like upend that old school like Republican RNC, like Mitt Romney, I guess.
In 2016, maybe, yeah. Before they had like institutional power behind them, there was a lot of there was a lot of actual like populist we're going to change things for real in here. But that fell apart pretty much immediately, right? As soon as it stops being grassroots, as soon as the whole thing's being held up by like deep state funding.
It's like style of republicanism.
It was kind of punk. There was something like sort of punk and counterculture about it in a way that you're like, oh, we're going against the mainstream. That was, I guess, very enticing to a teenager.
No, I know. I think it's hard for people to understand. And this is something I heard actually a lot on the 2016 campaign trail. And then at CPAC too, like even CPAC back in 2017, 2018, when I would talk to some of these young people, this is when Turning Point, probably when you were like, Turning Point was just getting started. This was so early. Like they were just sort of getting rolling. But like a lot of the MAGA sort of youth back then, it was like they just wanted to kind of go against the system. And there was this idea of like draining the swamp. Now, of course, haha, none of that's happened. They're protecting Jeffrey Epstein. But like, I don't know, like, were you always a believer in like conservative politics? Or was it more just like, oh, I'm like getting all these access and opportunities and suddenly you're like finding yourself in it?
I think there were parts of it that were appealing because when I first went to college, I went for philosophy. And to me, philosophy, you're supposed to be open-minded and consider both sides of the argument. And right as I'm starting as a freshman in college, Donald Trump was going to visit the school, and every head of the philosophy department signed a petition to stop him from speaking there. And I was like, whoa, hang on. You know, I disagree with some of the things this guy says, but isn't that really like antithetical to what we're supposed to be doing there? And so I think some of that really vitriolic backlash, which now there's a point to be said, like maybe they saw things we didn't see before, but in that moment, it's like it was so intense that it almost causes the inverse reaction. And I didn't experience life. I'm sitting here debating socialism and whether or not people should have health care. And I was on my dad's plan. So it was also just like, you know, I'm sitting here telling people like, oh, you know, don't get
This was absolutely everywhere back then, though. This was like the age of it. The obscenely ignorant obsession with free speech, like college campus. You know, everyone's like pontificating these big questions over like, well, shouldn't we be talking about it when the things they're talking about at a core level are bad? You know, like they're more interested in the puffery of proving that they are capable of having these discussions than they are in actually having them or in having decisions made on them.
handouts and work for your own, and I'm on my dad's healthcare. And so it was also just like the ignorance of youth. And again, it was one of the first eras, because I don't really count the Obama era as like an influencer era. It really was Trump. And that's the first time ever that you were able to get this validation and feel like you were right even if you were wrong, because it was blowing up online or you got a lot of likes, and you don't know why people are liking things. You don't know if it's because it pushes their agenda or whatever. And so there were all these crazy factors that when you're a young and hungry kid is really attractive.
Totally. I mean, I think I was talking to somebody that went through like the Daily Caller's like news journalism program or whatever. And there's so many journalists I know in media that have gone through these like sort of right-wing pipelines. And it's because they exist. Like,
yeah, snake oil salesman, con, do good job. I think it's interesting to think about as a distinct era, because it does kind of feel like she is born of a different era to somebody like, what's his name? I was going to say Tyler Robinson. That's the guy who's kirked. The dipshit with the Somali video, Minnesota, the daycare video. Like, the initial wave, Shirley, thank you. The initial wave of MAGA influencers were born from this post-Gamergate internet skeptic, like, sophistry. We will engage in debate. Look at us. We love freedom of speech. We love talking it out. Look at these ignorant, censorious liberals. We're the real, like, envoys of, we want peace. We want democracy. We're against the deep state. We're populist, like, that was the big opening wave. And obviously it was disingenuous, but a lot of people did legitimately fall for it because they were so high on their own supply. Now, like, for instance, Sargon of Akkad lied all the time, but by virtue of genuinely being really dumb, I also think he's pretty high, I don't know, high in his own supply. Yes, Chris Ray Gun never did. Chris Ray Gun was strong and smart and avoided it. Dave Rubin, they were all like this. Like, Dave Rubin sat down with Laura Southern, and they were both crowing over how they could have conversations with white nationalists, but also they weren't really a problem. But what happened to both of them? Dave Rubin's irrelevant, and Lauren Southern is doing something out there? I don't really know. She's doing something. She like got abused by a husband for a bit and left. I don't know. Either way. But the new wave, so all of that sophistry that was there in the beginning, right? That obsession with, like, the liberal idea of the free marketplace of ideas. It was always disingenuous, but it was there at the beginning. Now it's not. Like, right now, the Trump administration is just openly authoritarian, right? Like, their position is if you ever inconvenience a cop, you deserve to be killed on the spot. That is just straightforwardly their position. They're blocking the release of the Epstein files. So support for Trump no longer stems from this semi-authentic network of skeptic-type liberals who are interested in, you know, the ability to debate these issues, right? Now, the people who support Trump, the new wave of Trump influencers, either have to be open, unrepentant neo-Nazis, because those are the only people whose ideals overlap with the admins, or they need to be just naked grifters. And that's why I brought up the Minnesota kid. Fuck, Nick Shirley. Yeah, why I brought up Nick Shirley. They need to be people who are like empty content creators, Mr. Beast style. Like, for them, it's just money and power. There's no core to it. Like, I don't think those people can really be appealed to. I don't really think there's a point in appealing to them. But there's been a really interesting arc to a lot of the people who were caught up in that initial debate skeptic wave. Ashley St. Clair, obviously, is the one we're talking about right now. But there are other examples. You know, Chris Ray Gun avoided it. Sargon kind of burned out. Who was that one guy who did like 500,000 videos on Anita Sarkeesian? But Thunderfoot had an interesting one. Thunderfoot had this weird spiraling out where he did like science content and also anti-feminist content, but over time it shifted like towards anti-feminism and then away from anti-feminism. Really interesting stuff, you know? Now he's obsessed with Elon, I think. He hates Elon Musk. That's fair. That's a good thing to hate, you know? You get me, right? I don't know. I just think it's interesting how the type of person who orbits around the right-wing, like, grifter space has changed a lot. Holy shit, remember Teal Deer? I do remember Teal Deer. Man, those were the days. I can't believe I'm still around, man. That's fucked up, man. I've been here since 2019. I recently got the notification 7-year anniversary on my 7-year anniversary on my channel. Isn't that wild? So many people have like risen and fallen in that time. I still feel like I'm fucking getting my legs together, you know? Still pretty damn relevant, too. It's crazy. I'm surprised I haven't fallen. I don't want to jinx it, but I don't know. Like, sometimes I look back on my memories of this space and I remember that I'm like I'm still standing tall in a graveyard, and I'm like, holy shit, I can't believe I'm not under the ground by now, you know? I can't believe I'm still doing this shit. It's crazy. Humble brag much? It's not really humble bragging, I guess. It's more like just weird, you know? The lifespan of a YouTuber, of a live streamer, I don't think anyone really knows what it is. It's not like the career option's been around for a while. I don't know. Now I'm just thinking about it. Of my channel mortality. Oh, we can get a few more minutes out of the video, I think.
Well funded, and there's opportunities, and I totally understand being a young person. I mean, I was talking to a kid that worked for he was like 22, but like worked for Doge, and I'm like, why the hell would you work for Doge? And he's like, well, I don't know, I'm an engineer, and like it's cool to work for the government and have that on my resume. Like, when you're young and ambitious, I think like you end up accepting opportunities without maybe like thinking that hard about it. And so I can totally see, especially during that era when like especially you were a young woman and they were so after like young women. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And what people, I was homeschooled in high school, which gave me a lot more social skills than, you know, some people who were homeschooled a bit longer. But there was also, I just wanted the friend group I didn't have in high school, so to speak. And so there was very much like a yearning for some sort of community or belonging too. And I'm like, oh my God, they like me. And
that's true. Man, this is turning out to be a lot more interesting than I thought. Maybe I'll come back here and watch more of this. I can't do it for that much longer, but like,
And I felt the same way when I got invited to a party when I first started college or whatever. So I think that was also very appealing in a way.
Love bombing anyone? Yeah. This was a big point that I harped on. Sorry, I can't really talk. Harped on a lot in the earlier days of my channel, which is that the right makes it so fucking easy to be an influencer. They've got money, they've got connections, they've got events for you to go to, they've got hookups, right? They've not sex hookups, I mean like, you know, connection hookups. They've got all of these opportunities, and they will stand by you no matter what, as long as you follow the general party line. Like you can do a bunch of wacky shit, they'll stand by you. But on the left, man, holy shit, there's like no institutional money, no institutional connections, and even slight perceived fractures in the, you know, the hegemony of your belief system will be attacked and challenged by people, and it can lead to big drama, you know. And people are a lot more critical of your content too. Like right-wingers can produce absolute slop over and over and over again, no consequences, you know, because they love that shit. But on the left, you'll make a video that's 2 hours long investigating a subject, and somebody will be like, this feels a little bit stylistically derivative of ContraPoints. And presumably the person in that position will then go, I don't know, man, it's a 2-hour video. Don't you like it? Don't you agree with it? And the viewer will be like, yeah, I do, but you know, I'll just wait for my one video a year. Thanks.
That kind of makes you ignore other ideologies or flaws in certain thinking, or why I didn't critically think about the issue of healthcare.
Correction, Vosh, there's a ton of money in the DNC. It's just being vacuumed by useless consultants. That money does not circulate. We're talking about content creators. We're not talking about the party at large, okay? The Democrats would prefer to waste their money on TV ads and consultants.
Well, also, it's like when you take a hard position, or especially during that era of MAGA before, like, I know liberals would be like, Trump was always like this. Yes, but like it was different. Trump 1.0 was radically different than sort of Trump 2.0. But
that is very important, though, because it was not what it is now. And maybe they were more suppressed, but it was a lot easier to, a lot of the isms were much better disguised in 2016.
I would argue that
makes sense. Trump literally held up a pride flag on stage before getting elected the first time. Trump was the same. He was just hemmed in by the remnants of the Republican Party. That's true, but keep in mind that, like, Trump isn't the problem. He's an idiot, and he's belligerent, and he's hard-headed. The problem is the people who are talking to Trump. If Trump is surrounded by, like, regular old neocons, then Trump 1 plays out, like, kind of normal, basically, at least relative to this. But now he's surrounded by neo-Nazis, and, like, he has direct links to oligarchs. Right? Like, if they want something from him, they're not talking to him through lobbyists or Republican consultants or whatever. They literally, like, the CEOs of companies will just go to the fucking Oval Office and directly tell him, we want this.
As somebody that covered Trump, that was a fascist, in my opinion. And by the way, I consider the Democrats fascist too, just to be clear. I hate like so much about our political system generally. I think the tendencies were there. I think their goals were there. But
interesting. I didn't know that about her.
I do think that there was this, like, at least plausible deniability, or not plausible, but there was this thing that I would speak to so many Trump voters.
Kind of based, but I don't think you should undercut Republicans being fascist, especially right now. Like, even, okay, so if you think they're both fascist, Republicans are double fascist, basically, is what I'm saying. Like, we're definitely in an era where we have to point out, like, holy shit, this is... We're like, this is very uniquely bad. You get me. But no, I mean, the Democrats are bad. It's true.
Back then that were like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. I don't believe that he would do this. I don't believe that this would happen. Even now today, like a lot of them are like, no, you know, so I do think that there's a level of like, was this always the end goal? Like, I mean, he did run on a campaign of mass deportation in 2016, but like, I don't know. I'm sympathetic in the sense that I've seen a lot of people evolve in the way that you're talking about. I also think that like when you are in the MAGA movement, there are these insufferable liberals that are terrible and are abusive and also counterproductive. I mean, I'm thinking of like the Jasmine Crockett discourse, I guess, where they're like, you can't criticize a black woman or something, like weaponizing identity in this way that like I am sympathetic to some
and calling people who are very...
The New York Times just today put out an article saying that none of Mamdani's deputy mayors are black or Latino, and that it's a worrying sign many Black and Latino voters in New York City are worried this means they will not be represented by the new administration.
Obviously not racist. And, that was a big turnoff when you're first forming a political ideology. But I think it's also important to understand how much, because I watch this as someone who was always public facing in a way and always speaking out publicly, the restraints on what you could say without backlash became stricter and stricter, right? Like if you look at the photo of Trump with the LGBTQ flag, like years ago, if that photo came out now, he would not be president at all. There would be such immense backlash from the base. And so the Overton window has certainly shifted for the Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that
this is really interesting. But now that I know that it's interesting, it makes me feel like I'm content stealing. No, I'm going to cut it here. This is really, yeah, no, I'm interested by this. Things have really shifted. You know? Did I get banned? Did you get? But you're posting, so you're not getting. Oh, right. You said, oh my God, this is like listening to the dialogue in a porn, which I interpreted as you being misogynistic. So I muted you for 30 minutes. Yeah. Sometimes we need to like fire some shots in the air every once in a while, like have some women on screen, because there are people who cannot resist being weird about them. And it's important to, you have to tap the broom. You have to, got to give them a little stompy stomp now and again. Got to keep you on your toes. Nah, ban him again? Nah, it's all right. It's all right. That's okay. Anyway, y'all get me, right? Honestly, good for Ashley. I think what she's doing is cool. And I think it's nice to get some insight. Some of the best insight that we've had, really, in my opinion, from like a large chud to, being critical. Have her on stream? Oh, I don't know if she would associate with somebody as odious as me, my beloved partner. That was the old life, beloved partner. It's nice to see someone who seems genuinely juxtaposed against the people in the More Perfect Union video. Yeah, like for me, the question, it's all about follow-up questions, right? Like if you think that a person is changing politically, shifting left or right, don't you want to ask questions? Don't you want to know why? Isn't that like the first, like if you had a friend who was abusive physically to you or anyone really, and they were like, I don't do that anymore. You would never just go, okay. Like, would you probably want some info, or what? Like they were an alcoholic, and when they were trying to get dry, which they did now and again, they'd get like physically abusive. You would never just, oh, okay, you're fine now. Like you'd want to ask questions. I'm not against the idea that people can get better, right? But to me, the More Perfect Union video felt like, here, we've found 50 gambling addicts who have all said that they'll never gamble again. We're interviewing them, and the gambling addicts are like, yep, that was my last gamble. Just did it an hour ago, and now I'm done. Really? You're done? Yep, I'm done. How many previous times have you said you're done? Oh, I couldn't even count, but this is the last one for sure. And then More Perfect Union guy turns to the camera and is like, yep, there's been a big shift in the gambling addict environment lately. It's like we need to investigate these claims a little bit. Nah, you get me. Maybe nuts. Dude, I definitely need to. I need to do this more often. I need to do this much more often. Because whenever stream ends, I'm like, oh, me back. Oh, me back. Let's go on a tiny walk so I can show you something. There's something. Oh, I'm being pulled outside by my beautiful partner. Something I want to show you. Have you thought about getting a standing desk? Yeah, I did. What are you scraping against? I think that joint needs oil. All right. I need to. Yes. All right. Time for me to read donos. Then I got to skedaddle. Doot, 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 doot. Kunor and Kaysen, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Oh, Kaysen, no! I banned you for a week for being a liberal. Well, it's okay. Nanachi, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. I started getting into the Sonic series. I'm so cooked, chat. Oof. I have gender envy for Amy Rose and a crush on Sonic. Oof. Oh, Nanachi. That's not good. These are like deep lolcow autism signifiers. That's crazy. You gotta pull yourself out of this, okay? Normally I'm willing to endorse idiosyncrasies when it comes to, you know, people's media consumption habits or like, oh, you really like this thing or whatever. I think there are warning signs. I'm just saying, okay? There are warning signs. You have to stay strong. Little Raska, thanks the tier 2 sub. Sorry to hear your local McDonald's is closed for renovations. Jalvarado 85 and Joshman 95. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I know this Israeli guy who uses AI to learn English when he just needs to read more books and stuff in English, like Kai Cenat's doing. There you go. AI spiritually Israeli. As if we didn't already know that. Wiggly Charlie, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really, really appreciate that. Dems act as if society needs saved from greedy, selfish conservatives, not the system of incentives that reward and empower them. Yeah. Democrats think of Republicans as ineffective stewards. More so than evil, excuse me. Iron Pond, thanks the $5. Can you tell us what jacket Leon is wearing in Resident Evil 9? No, it might not be a real jacket. It probably is a real jacket, though, because the jacket that Leon is wearing in Resident Evil 4 is a real jacket. That being said, this one? No, I have no idea. It looks edgy. Double wrist straps? Yeah, I have no clue. The one that he wears in Resident Evil 4 was part of a collaboration with Shot NYC. They're the ones who made the original motorcycle jacket. Florian, 24, thank you for the tier 1 sub. You had a big part in me turning more to the left and me getting better at doing stuff. I went to the gym for the first time today. Hope this lessens your grump. Nice! Well done. Really happy to hear that. Hope you had a great time, you know? Remember, try to train 80% to failure. 80% to failure. McScoots, thank you for the $10. Here's some popcorn money for your tickets to 28 years later, The Bone Temple. Just to guess that's the movie you're watching since it's released today. Have fun. Okay, you want to know what I'm watching? Okay. We're going to see the anniversary theatrical re-release of The Lord of the Rings. Yeah, getting to see that shit in theaters. Never got to when I was a kid. Now I get to. I'm jealous. Told you would be. Sake, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Vosh in 2026. And here I thought this would be a somber meme on me reflecting on the graveyard of content creators that I now walk over. It is true, though. My one big hope, I guess, at least in engaging with the more liberal elements of my community, is that they understand how necessary it is to reform the Democratic Party in the process. Like, if we want to save America from republicanism. Like, if your goal is to rid the taint of the MAGA movement from this country, there is no way of doing that without building a better and more effective Democratic Party. And if you can't, you can't, you know? If you can't, you can't. My name's Jeff, thanks to the tier 1 sub. I was wondering if you had any opinions on durable dress shoes. I walk heavily, so the ones I've been wearing broke apart. Thanks for the advice. You just want a pair of nice, full-grain leather, Goodyear welted dress shoes. By dress shoes, do you mean derbies? blue hairs, Oxfords, right? Loafers. Loafers aren't really dress shoes. If they are, you know, full grain, and if they are Goodyear welted, they're probably going to be sturdy, you know? Ideally. You walking around that much in dress shoes? Probably not Oxfords then, right? Like suit shoes? Okay, my name Jeff. Since I see you there in chat, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question, okay? Were the shoes that you wore that fell apart one of these or one of these, okay? On the left, there are derbies, okay? The vamp of the shoe is a separate piece that folds over. And then over here on the right, we have the Oxfords, where the vamp is an integrated piece, a single piece of leather. I think the derby, that makes sense. Oxfords are very, well, very formal. They're about as formal as shoes get, really. Yeah, no, you can find some durable derbies out there. I have to admit I prefer the derby. Well, yeah, you wouldn't really wear an Oxford except with suits. And even then, like you don't have to. Trying to think. Allen Edmonds, I've always been partial to them because of their very robust sizing, but Allen Edmonds has some solid derbies. I have a pair of their Chelsea boots, and I wear them more than basically anything else. Let me see. Dress shoes, Now, Allen Edmonds aren't inexpensive. Their shoes are usually around $450, but you can often get them half off. They do these second sales, where if there's any minor defect in the shoe, they sell it at half price. And normally the defect is something that can be buffed out, or it's not really appreciable to the average person. So it's up to you. I don't mind price too much. I just want to see them last. Okay, well, if you go for full grain leather and Goodyear welting, I promise you, they will hold up. Just make sure the soles are leather too, you know? You don't want to slip a gigantic rubber sole on the bottom of that thing and ruin all the flexibility that natural leather affords you. Okay, I really shouldn't be taking too long with this. Pumpernickel, thank you for the very kind $25. This should cover half your ticket. Yes! Half the ticket, maybe even one bin of popcorn. Pita Bread, thank you for the $5. Yesterday I asked what book to read after 1984, and I'm now halfway through Flowers for Algernon. If my boy Charlie's heard at the end, I'm coming after y'all. Well, I haven't read it, so I can't tell you shit. I only knew a little bit about it. So, you know what? If Charlie gets hurt, I'm also going to be sad. It already happened once. Haley Goofy, thank you for the very kind $20. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Clearly outlines the Democrats have no one to combat Trump. Everyone is bought, controlled, or too weak to fight. That thing will have a third term. Yeah, we'll see. Unfortunately, yes, that's true. Keep in mind that the ineptitude and weakness that we're seeing from the Democrats right now, it's the same thing that people are experiencing over in Britain. To an extent in France, people right now are very, very frustrated because most people, I think most people in the developed world are bought in on the project of social egalitarianism. They want the world to be a better and more fair place, you know? Most people in the West, I think even many Republicans. The problem is that due to a confluence of environmental, political, and economic factors, many powerful people do not see the world getting better in the future. They see it getting much worse. And they want to de-democratize in time to hold control over these governments, even when things start to get really, really bad. Also, like, they're just utterly subservient to the interests of the corporations. Not good. Okano and Still Alive, thank you for the $5 both. Pants and Atul Prasad, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Saw a tweet that Trump likes Mamdani because Trump's bi. I don't know, but would explain Trump's flamboyant personality. What do you think? Like everyone else on Little St. James, I think that Trump is probably relatively undifferentiating sexually, especially once you've got some drink in him. Well, he doesn't drink. Drugs in him. Novocaine, thanks the $5. ICE agents are going to be making landfall in my state of Maine next week. The governor put out a statement video about it. I'll have to take a look next stream. Good luck. J-Dubs, thank you for the $2. Gun Invalid, thank you for the $10. Is this a Harry Enton Stan channel? No, not until he stops partnering with Kalshi. Brandy Buck, thank you for the $10. Are you familiar with a recent Epstein victim testimony, Sasha Riley? I am. The problem is that every day I stream and I never have enough time. You know what I'm leaving on the table right now? ICE strangulation in holding cell, Trump threatening to punish countries that don't back our conquest of Greenland, and the tab for Sasha Riley is still up. So, like, and I haven't fucking finished Expedition 33. So, like, it's every time I stream, I never get enough done. Maybe stream more, but I have to see Lord of the Rings. Babe, fuck you. Honestly, piece of shit. Also, you know what? Maybe you should watch my YouTube videos more, okay? I can only put out so much content. Even if I stream through a bunch of the content, I'm not going to put 50 videos out on my channel in one day, you know? If I oversaturate it, people will start to think that, you know, the videos aren't all special, and I put a little bit of love in every one. Mwah. Okano, thank you for the $10. Warm donation. I really appreciate that. Michael, thank you for the $5. Coming to CTAC from PDX next weekend for my birthday. Recommendations on where to go out. I love pinball and bougie cocktails. Bougie cocktail. Look, if you like cocktails, go to the Unicorn, Fancy Pants. Pinball and bougie cocktails. Shit. Look, wherever you want to go, it's in Capitol Hill. Okay? That's what I know for sure. So limit your search to that area and find some high-profile shit, all right? There's some fancy pants stuff out there. It's just I tend not to go to it because I get drunk after one half of one drink anyway. Have a wonderful time in Seattle. It's a beautiful place. Jack Attack LP, thank you for the $5. You see, Destiny said he would collab with you for an apology for the lies you said about him. Did he say that recently? I know he used to say that. Wildhouse first priority as the world burns his personal slights. Well, I'll keep his offer in mind. Yes, it is the Radical Dino. Yes, it is. Bet. Thank you for the incredibly kind 550 TRYs. TRY currency. Turkish lira. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. That's super, super kind of you. Yesterday, I got to experience the surreal reality of watching you play Expedition 33 while on acid. I got to experience the pure rage flowing through my veins from the universe that overrode my sense of self because of the game design. Very unique experience. I can't... You watched me play yesterday on acid? That's fucked. Oh my god. What about the vibes of your trip? Holy shit. That's so... I'm like fuming over here. And you're like, that's crazy. You must have a very strong personal constitution, you know? I don't think my soul could withstand that. Real goddamn trooper, 100%. Yeah, Jesus Christ. And Don Marionette, thank you for the $5. Months ago, I recommended you to a friend who was myopic about the country. He's since taken your advice to heart and started taking care of himself so you can help others, so thank you. Nice. That's wonderful. I'm really happy to hear that, you know? I hope everyone knows, you know, I'm trying not to pepper you with too much info about it because it's not always interesting, but the calisthenics business that I've been up to lately has been going really well. I've been able to do some pretty sick, nasty stretches, stuff that I couldn't do before. You know, you really feel the benefits of discipline relatively quickly, especially for stuff like that. So it's worth the effort. We should all try to put in more effort. If you're doing something, you should always try to do it 100%, right? Yeah, it was a few days ago. He and H have been teaming up on Asmongold, truly the end times. He and Hassan. Cool. Maybe I'll watch some of it. I'm going to drink more than I ever have now, thanks. You're welcome for the advice. All right, everyone. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow. By the way, the Lord of the Rings viewings are not just today. It's 3 movies. Today, tomorrow, and the day after. I'll have to end streams progressively earlier so that I can make time on the progressively longer movies that end at around the same time. So I'll do my best. You know? Yeah, they're the extended editions. Why not just start stream earlier? Bye.